Hello, everybody from Monte Carlo. We're back again on Saturday. Tomorrow will be the finals, so you can imagine the matches today are critical. I'm thrilled to be doing the commentary today with my good friend Chris Trencher, a giant in the backgammon list and a giant player, and he's been proving himself to be incredible. So he's going to do most of the heavy lifting during this match, and I'm supposed to provide a little color, and we'll have fun together. We have a great match for you today. Victor Ashkenazi, who was in the undefeated finals last night, and a most exciting match that went right down to the wire with Frank Frigo. Frank gammoned him for the match at the very end in one of the most thrilling games of the tournament, and Victor now has to fight himself back to try and win the championship. There are 8 players left in the second chance, and he gets to play a very, very fine player again. They're all very fine players at this point. Chris Rogers from the UK, who Victor had defeated once before in this tournament, and it was a great match. Chris, what are your thoughts about these two players?
Well, obviously I know Victor very well from having played him numerous times in various tournaments in the U.S.
Mostly in the finals.
Well, at some point in the bracket, sometimes in the finals. Like many, I've lost more often than I've won against him, and I think at this point he needs no introduction. I mean, he played very, very well throughout this tournament. His PR in the matches yesterday may be a tiny bit higher than the normal very high standard he sets for himself, but you got to remember the amount of backgammon we played the last few days and how much fatigue there was. And Chris Rogers, a great player from the UK. He's really I think had a historic run in this tournament. He was very, very close against Victor. Victor, made some, played well down the stretch, got a couple lucky rolls to extend the match, which Chris very easily could have won. And as fate has it, we're going to have a rematch today. So I'm excited to see this. These players played each other yesterday. They've obviously learned a little bit about their each other's tendencies, and just excited to see how this plays out.
Okay, I'm doing a little setup here to see if I can get the chat working so that if anybody who's watching has any comments or questions, I'll try to catch that. A little computer glitch problem here. I don't know why. It says it's got no power. Give me a second on this one.
Okay.
Well, we've lost the stream, so I will not be able to follow the comments. I'm sorry to say.
Well, I'm sure we'll fix that soon.
Well, I'll make enough comments. I'll make a lot of comments.
Keep everybody entertained.
We'll try.
Yeah, so it's actually unusual that you play somebody and then play them again the very next day, and I think it changes the dynamics a little bit, just because you're the last match is so fresh in your mind, and if you're going to play at a high level, you do tend to study your opponent's tendencies a little bit, and even very strong players have some tendencies in whether they prefer. Maybe are a little bit biased offense over defense or defense over offense in close checker plays in the early game, what types of doubling and take pass tendencies they have depending on the character of the position. And so perhaps we'll notice similar situations being handled slightly differently than they were yesterday. And for those of you who watched the match yesterday, you'll remember how exciting it was, and so I'm just really looking forward to this.
Okay, so both of these players have to win 3 matches, or either of these players have to win 3 matches to get back to the championship final match tomorrow at 3 o'clock Monte Carlo time, and they will play 1 match in the finals. It used to be 2 matches that the second chance winner would have to win twice. They've now stopped that, and what they do is they just simply give more money to the one who went undefeated as a compensation for not getting beaten until the finals, if he gets beat in the finals. But there's a lot of money, a lot of pride involved. If you saw my interview with Victor the other day, he said, he don't talk about the money. I don't care about the money. I don't care. I want to win. I want to be the world champion. And he certainly is one of the best players in the world that hasn't won it yet.
Yeah.
I had a list of 4. I had him and Wilcox and Michi and Zedek as my 4 really top players that haven't made it to a world champion. Frank Frigo, of course, who's the undefeated player right now, won the world championship in 1994. It's a great story. He was on his honeymoon in France, and he just at the last minute decided to go to Monte Carlo, and he wins the tournament. It's really something.
Yeah. And Frank, as recently as a couple months ago, wasn't even sure he was going to come this year, so I know he's glad he made that decision.
Not
All
a
right,
bad decision.
So we're off and running, and Victor opens with a 6-5.
So Chris is on top playing the white checkers. Victor on the bottom. It's an 11-point match. They'll all be 11-point matches until the finals, which I think is going to be like a 23-point match or 21. I'm not sure. It's going to be a hell of a match.
All right.
Very standard plays here. I might have come down with 2 instead of splitting, but no, you're supposed to come up. You're supposed to come up
Victor
to cover the outfield.
6-5.
Yeah.
And in this situation, Chris, I think for the almost every roll, it will not be correct for him to touch the back checkers. He just wants to build up his board. He's rolled one of his very best numbers to do that, make the 2 points. And if Victor rolls something awkward that leads a direct shot here, Chris is in excellent shape.
Victor, as you know, has a habit of shaking the dice and using up most of his
and Victor comes
delay.
back with a huge shot. He'll make the 2 points.
Yeah.
And now he's got the big edge.
They both had double threes, but no question whose was better.
Yeah.
I start thinking about cube action, but it's a little soon.
This is too soon. Victor's structure is still 2 stacked with the 7 guys on the midpoint.
He certainly would like to hit with a 4, 2, or 9.
Yeah.
I would think. He might just play a priming game because he's winning the race. And with a 3-2, he'd probably make the outside point.
Yeah. So 5,
5-4,
down, and then he's
yeah.
got to decide. So let's see. He
He's
leaves
up-
the blot outside. That's 15 hitters. If he hits, that's also 15. But he does unstack the midpoint and leaves himself a decent structure here. And is probably closing in on a cube if
but it was a good play, but he's up in the race by quite a bit now, 18 pips. And if Chris doesn't roll a 3 or a 5, we might see some cube action.
correct.
There's that 5. Very good roll. I don't think the 1 is that critical. It's right to come up from the back by a tiny bit. Not sure why.
Yeah, you normally prefer an isolated blot against a standard structure with the 8-point you made. You normally prefer an isolated blot on the 24 than the 23. The only reason I can think of here that might change is, well, 2 reasons. One, the 8-point is stripped, and by duping the 4s to enter and the 4s to hit, you cut down on Victor's return shots a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Just a second ago, we were talking about Victor thinking about cubing and being ahead. Now, clearly, Chris is threatening in this game. Not enough for cube action, but enough to be happier than where he was after that double 3.
Correct.
You see the double 3 by Victor, you get a little depressed. Now you get excited again. Of course, if you're a great player, you don't get emotional. You don't get depressed. You just think about the plays.
Victor fans again. And now Chris is up 7 with a stronger structure because he's got 1 more checker in the zone. This is not quite a double yet, but he's closing in on it if the next exchange is favorable. And we see it's only a small no double at this point.
What did we miss? Victor has a 13 PR. What was the blunder? He must have...
I guess he should have hit with the 5-4.
No, that wasn't it. It looked like the right play. I could be wrong, but there somewhere By the way, that PR is very misleading when you're in the first game real early. I mean, I'll bet the over/under on Victor playing under 4. I give big odds.
All right, Chris has a small double here. He's got the checker back, and he's got an early 13-pip lead in the race. And he finds the small double. Nice play by Chris.
And it's a big take, and Victor grabs it. You should bet on Victor doing the right thing almost all the time. You lose money betting against that. Not a great roll here. Very few rolls leave shots, and this is one of them. You leave the 8 shot or the 7 shot. It's right to leave the 7 shot because if you don't get hit, you have a much better game.
Yeah.
Hitting is not the right idea here. Even going to the 2 points, okay. But problem with hitting is not enough covers. If you don't get hit back, you're down on the ace point where you don't want to be. You get missed there. This is fine. This play is very reasonable. Victor's hoping for that one. Nope, double twos. Not a bad miss, but all the misses are bad right here. He needs 3s and 8s and 11s to cover.
Or a 4-1 to make the point.
Yeah.
Oh,
The 6.
he cannot cover safely. If he covers at the 6, he has no ace, so he'll just make the bar.
Yep. Better structure.
I wouldn't imagine any play is close to making the bar here.
You're right.
Yeah.
According to XG. We've got the XG feed. For those of you who don't know, that's Extreme Gammon. It's the best computer program. If you are serious about playing backgammon, you ought to get Extreme Gammon.
I would imagine he'll bring the 2 in and slot the deuce point.
Yeah, here's my opponent say, "Oh, you're so lucky to roll double 6s when all I wanted was a 1."
Victor would have liked to have covered with a 6 or a 3, but or rather Chris, with Victor's board, he can't take a chance, so he's just got to play 7-5, 7-2 here.
Yeah, Victor's board is improved enough where you don't want to leave a shot. This is not the right idea. It's not horrible.
Only a small error, but it's
an error.
It's small, yeah.
Victor's wondering if there's a 1 on his dice. He's had 3 shots at it. Stepping up makes sense, especially with the blot there. And it clearly is correct. Otherwise, you're going to be stuck forever. And because he has a good board, Chris can't just hit loose comfortably. He might have some pick and passes that make the point. And that's not one of them. Very, very poor roll for Chris.
Yeah, so Chris I think he should play 7-5, 7-2 here, because he needs to cover that deuce point so he can attack the blot next time if it escapes, or hit it in his outer board if Victor runs. There's no reason to play 2 down because he's not winning the race.
But the shocking thing is that hitting is not a big error. It's a possibility to cover and hit. Yeah. Even with Victor's great board, at some scores it would be very right if you really desperately need the game and if gammons don't matter. But hitting is not that bad here.
But he's not desperate because the race is close. He's basically up 1 pip after this, so the race is, if this was a straight race, he'd be about 48%, but he's still got some contact possibilities, which is why he's 55%.
But the difference is .011. I'm shocked.
I am too. I think very few people would hit here because you are exposing 2 blots, and if Victor has a strong sequence, there are many scenarios where if he hits the first blot, he hits the second blot and closes them out and wins a gammon. So I'm very surprised it's close, and I would play 7-5, 7-2
against Victor. I hit. I want to gamble. That's my best shot. I don't want to have a long match or game. He's hitting. I love it. I love it.
Gammons. Let's see if he does it. Well, he wins 11% gammons himself.
Yep, I love it. That's a big gambling play. I love it. You talk to Chris Rogers and you look at him, he doesn't look like a gambler, but you have to gamble when you're playing backgammon. Yeah. It's all about risk and reward. This is huge right here. Huge roll. Yeah. Victor fails again. He's failed on every hit.
I also think Chris played very well yesterday, but if there's a little bit of a critique of his play yesterday, he was a little bit passive. So from the sense of sending Victor a message early in the match that I'm here to wrestle with you today, it's a nice play.
Yeah.
And even though it may quote unquote be a little bit wrong by XG, there was a message sent to Victor on that play, and Victor will have gotten it.
Again, I would gamble when you're playing Victor Ashkenazi. I think gambling's should be part of your strategy. Victor has missed 5 shots. He's wondering what the dice gods have against him this morning, this afternoon. Wow!
Finally, Chris makes that point.
I think. What were there? 8, like 7 out of the last 8 rolls. Victor had a shot to win and missed every one.
Yeah.
Not necessarily to win, but probably.
So now, Chris here, for those of you unfamiliar with this, the technique now is hit loose on the ace point, hope Victor comes in with an awkward one ace that exposes another blot, like 1-4 or 1-5, and then if Chris can hit that second blot, he then has around 40% chances of.
Beginners are afraid to hit loose here. My God, he's got a closed board. What if I get hit back? Well, that's the best thing that can happen to you.
Exactly.
Now there are some awkward rolls here. Okay. As you can see, he hit him, and what's going to happen to Chris here? You're just going to watch Victor crash his board and even leave a blot.
This is what Chris was hoping for. Now, if he hits a 6 and he closes out both checkers, he'll win a gammon about 40% of the time. The situation repeats where he gets another blot.
Victor is just wondering what's going on with the dice gods. Couldn't even clear.
Another very bad roll for Victor.
Oh my God!
There were only 4 numbers that didn't pick up that blot, and he found one of them. So Chris will now hit it with the ace on the ace.
The good news, bad news, he didn't get hit. Victor's happy not to roll an ace. He does not want to come in. You don't close the board. You want to get that second checker. This is very simple. You just play in the outfield.
So the technique here for those.
Wait a minute. It says 7-1.
The technique here for those of you who are the intermediate class, when you're working this type of position that Chris is here, it's very important. People know to look for double sixes. But what sometimes fouls them up is you don't pay enough attention to double 4s, double 5s, that are awkward, that require you to stack your checkers on the deuce and 3-point, giving your opponent a chance to roll a lucky ace and then escape. And perhaps here the reason that the 7-1 was better on the next play was that Chris did have the possibility of an awkward double 5 on this roll.
Both those last rolls, it was right to make the point by a little bit because you have some really awkward rolls and you don't. This is not one of the awkward rolls. This is fine. Nothing leaves a shot on the next roll. He brings him in. He'd rather not bring him in low, but he's okay. He got away with it.
This is a great shot that cleans it up the structure for Chris.
There's very few gammons here, so all you care about is not leaving a shot, and you're going to win.
Yep.
And you're not going to get a gammon. You just assume it's not going to happen. It's like 2%, 3% in that range. All right, this is nice and clean. I would not peel because, again, you're not going to win gammons. And if you peel, you would left a hole where you could leave a shot with 5-1, 6-1, and 4-1. So why take that chance when you are not going to get a gammon you're going to win anyway? Well, this game is history. Chris takes the lead. In an 11-point match, winning 2 points is not a little bit. Look how Chris is playing, 1.7. Again, Victor's got a false reading because it's one game. He had one blunder there somewhere. Now, if you listen to my interview with Victor, and I've talked to him about this, he's made intentional blunders. He's dropped cubes that he knows were takes. He's playing to win. And depending on his opponent and how he plays, he isn't trying to get the best PR, but coincidentally, he often does. Winning usually coincides with getting the best PR. They're using I forget the name of that clock. It's really a cool thing you can get on Backgammon Galaxy. You use your own iPhone, but if you're going to do it, I would have a power source for the iPhone to make sure you never run out of power while you're playing. But it's a really great clock. Great interface.
Right.
Good roll.
Yeah, Victor had a very strong start here in opening 3-1 and now double 4s. And if Chris does not respond well here, I would expect Victor to double. With this type of structure, it's very, very hard for Chris to get any type of quick turnarounds. And this is
a nothing roll for Chris.
This is a nothing roll. Victor can double here. We'll see if he does.
I think it's close.
I think that this is.
I think it's close.
Borderline double. No, it's not even borderline.
It's not. It's a double. I thought it was closer than that, but 5% is. That's my definition of close. It's not huge.
relatively smallish
Yeah.
double, but a position that's very easy to understand.
Yeah.
You have a racing edge, you have a priming edge, you have an attacking
Very
edge.
good double.
Every-
Big take, and he takes.
Every single way we can assess the position, Victor's got the edge here.
Sure. 6-1 and 4-1. He hits twice and goes for the blitz. Otherwise, he's going to play a priming game. There's that 4-1. I would have liked to see the double hit. Six three makes the 3-point. Yeah. Steve Sachs says it's easy as 1, 2, 3. Can I hit? Can I make a point? Can I escape my checkers?
So double fours. I would make the 2-point and the 4-point. When you are under attack, as Chris is right now, your best defense is to build a strong home board.
And Chris is very, very right. This play was almost a blunder, and he did it pretty quickly, which he shouldn't have done. But if Chris was playing, the right play would have been made there.
The problem is Victor's not going to change what he's doing because Chris built a 4-prime in front of his reverse anchor. The way to impede Victor from attacking you and priming you and building counter threats is to have a home board. So if you roll a nice number, you've got a chance to build your forward momentum.
Nice catch. Did you play Chris in this tournament? Hi, Chris, did you play?
I did play Chris. Yeah.
Chris. Oh, that's right. I remember. I did the commentary. Chris and Chris. It was Chris and Chris. And you outplayed him.
A little bit.
A little bit.
All right, so Victor, or rather Chris, gets the anchor.
That was big to get that anchor.
Now,
this is even bigger.
Before the double fives, we had worked our way to a kind of 50-50-ish game, but now obviously Victor's back in control.
That was a huge roll.
Yeah.
Victor finally got some luck. That first game was just incredibly unlucky for Victor. You just shake it off and forget about it.
Yeah, so
one of my students was asking me, he's in a very big match in the intermediate. I said, just concentrate on every play, don't think about luck.
Chris can make anything here. He can make the 3-point, he can cover and start the 4-point or the 5-point. It's just a matter of just building up his board and keeping flexibility as you do that so you minimize the awkward numbers. This is fine. I probably would have played 7-4 here just to maximize my flexibility. But it makes no, it's trivial. I think Victor will. Whichever two he plays, I don't think it matters much.
Are you sure it's right to volunteer? It is, yeah. 2 down or 1 down? It is right. It's
because next roll, Chris is going to have a 3.5-point board.
Yeah.
And you may not be able to avoid the volunteer of the
16. So
16.
even if he rolls the 5-2 and hits you, you got a pretty bad board on the other side.
Yeah.
Okay. A lot of people wouldn't have volunteered there.
Yeah.
It was right.
Well, when you're looking at a situation like that, you need to ask yourself, how likely am I to be able to avoid the volunteer next roll? And here, clearly, Chris is building his board. So if you think it's likely you're going to have to volunteer the 17-1 shot, just do it now.
Very good analysis. I'm actually glad you're here now. I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure before, but wow,
here too, so.
You're smarter than you look.
A lot of ways I could go responding to that.
Yeah, Chris and I go back about 35 years when we used to play at the Ace Point Club in New York. And I still play with him. And now that I see how he plays, I'm going to try and see how maybe I should be avoiding him more. Good roll. Anything that clears points when you're up in the race by 15 and 9, 24 pips. All you want to do is clear points and bring them in. If you don't leave a shot, almost always you win. When you're way up in the race. By the way, they are playing legal moves, and the transcriber who's in the room with them, if he sees an illegal move, will alert them to it. The rest of the tournament is not necessarily illegal moves. It's up to the players to decide if they want to play responsible moves or legal moves. I'm a big proponent of legal moves when you have a transcriber and you're on the stream.
Yeah, and that's what I did with Chris when I played him. We told the transcriber that if there was an illegal move by one of us and the other person didn't catch it, that we directed him to inform us so we would go back and fix it. That's the way we both wanted to play.
Very good, and that's the way we're going forward, too. We told Aviv from Israel, great transcriber, how many people can keep up with these matches, especially when they go fast. He's doing an amazing job. Let's not forget Bill Riles and Tara for setting up the streaming. Another beautiful job. And a staff of 16 people here at running a beautifully run tournament, the most important tournament in the world, being run very beautifully by the Galaxy staff. you can't go wrong with Arda as your tournament director. 2-6.
2-6. Okay.
If you look at the XG, you'll see
Right. Yeah. Oh, yes, of course. Thank you.
that helps you. Helps you see it. We do have some glare on the dice today. I'm going to start calling out the rolls more. These are non-glare dice, but something must be wrong with the lighting or a little bit off with the lighting. It's a 4-2. I'll start calling the dice more. Make it more helpful. Six, 2. Okay. Nothing leaves a shot. That's the position you want to be in.
Not be in any risk of leaving a shot until at least the third roll from now, and most likely the fourth roll from now. In fact, as we see here, it's correct by a slight amount for Chris to just disengage entirely, because the problem with this is that if your opponent rolls a 1-1, 2-2, something like that, he closes you out, and then the numbers that you want your opponent to roll in a race, the very small ones, actually work to finish Chris off. So that's why we saw the.
So you either stay with both or go with both in these kinds of situations.
Yeah.
If you go with both, you're basically giving up the game but saying, I'm never going to get gammoned. So the right play here is to clear the 6 point.
Yeah. Well, now after Victor rolled double fours, there's what little bit of racing equity there is gone. So Chris is going to try to stay and hope that he hits the last block at the bottom of Victor's bottom. Anytime
you see 5 checkers on the top point, you can always dream of a high double for a shot. Double 5s or double 4s or double 6s. They're the only rolls I see that leave a shot. That's not many rolls, but it's a shot. It's a chance.
Oh my
God!
Just rolled his absolute worst.
The worst. Not only
now he's not even. Now the game is over if Chris hits the ace, because otherwise Victor would have had 4 guys off. But here the game is just over.
The worst roll he could have had by far. The only roll that leaves a shot, doesn't take one off. Okay, at least he got away with a hit. I'm not rooting for either of these, but I'm rooting for not big luck to have, or not bad luck to hurt anybody. This sort of evens up the bad luck that Victor had by rolling the double 4s. Well, who was unluckier, the one that left the shot or the one that missed it? That's always a debate. I think the one that missed it, because that was the one that mattered for who won.
I found that the more unlucky player is always the person who's complaining about their luck.
I agree. I have a saying, superstition brings bad luck.
All right, and now we're 2 games in, and we've had enough decisions that the PRs are starting to normalize, and we see that both guys are playing well in the 2s, kind of like mid-May for batting averages in Major League Baseball. You've got enough data points to make the numbers meaningful.
And for those of you who are not aware, playing under 3 PR is like as good as anybody in the world. It's fantastic. That's only the best players in the world play at that level. The odds of there being maintaining it to the end of the match, not great for Chris, but pretty good for Victor. He could easily play under 3. He does it often. Chris is a very fine player, but he's more likely to play under 3 or 3.5 or 4. This is why we favor Victor. Morton Holm runs a book. And you can go online and you could actually bet.
What's that?
You can go to clubgourmet.dk and you can bet on your favorite or bet against your enemy if you have one. And there's a lot of side money bet on these games. It's kind of fun to see what the odds are. Morton sets the odds arbitrarily. At the beginning, Mochi's odds were not much better than a couple of other people, and I couldn't understand why until I looked at the draw sheet. Mochi had much tougher matches to play, and Morton took that into account, and of course that's going to matter. So Michi, for example, was only slightly worse odds than Mochi because Michi had an easier draw. Of course, they both got knocked out like almost everybody who was great in the first round. There were 12 previous world champions. 8 or 9 of the 12 got knocked out in the very first round. Frank was one of the few that made it through. I don't know if I mentioned this, but Chris Rogers is from England, and Victor is from New York area, and also has a place in Greece where he spends a lot of time. He married the lovely Alia, and he has coached her, and she's become a very fine player. In a very short period of time, she went from a ranked beginner to an open level player. They got to be one of the strongest couples in backgammon.
So interesting decision for Chris. He can make the bar and leave the double shot here, which is correct, or he could have made his deuce point, and not taken that chance. And he made the right play, and it paid off for him because Victor missed the double shot. So I think Victor's going to make his 10-point and come up, but he could also try to work the position a different way by making the 5-point and hitting loose.
Yeah. There's also pointing on the 2-point, which is not far off.
Which is not far off. If he starts with safety in that checker, then he's gonna come up and make the 10-point.
Which is
I think the problem with the hitting plays is attacking your own board is always degraded a little bit when your opponent has your bar board.
No, you're totally wrong because he rolled double six, so the hit must have been right.
Ah, okay.
You want your opponent on the bar before he rolls a double six. All you have to do is know what your opponent's next roll is going to be, and you'll always get the right play.
That is true.
In fact, I play a game like that. You see your opponent's next move, and then you get to move, and you keep playing the whole game that way. It's really kind of fun. I love variations, and that's one of my favorites.
Well, Chris will have a second chance to make his deuce point here. And
Victor will have.
Victor will. Yeah. So I think Victor's played the three obvious ones. Now he has to decide whether he wants to.
Well, the computer says you take the third one to the deuce, and it's not close.
Try to play as racing leader, then it's not close, right?
Not close. And he got it. He found it.
He found it.
It's usually ugly to put a checker down there, but it's the alternate. You should make the ugly play if the other plays are uglier. Well, the race is kind of close, so I think it's clear that you just go out. It is correct. You just go out because you don't want to stay inside and get hit. You want to be able to run from the 18 point because the race is very close. 3 pips is nothing. 6-2. Just play safe. Clearly right.
Victor wasn't able to safety that blot, so Chris will have an 8 shot now.
And there are 6 ways to roll an 8. Except double twos doesn't hit with this one. 5 in this case. So if you're going to play good backgammon, you need to know those numbers very quickly. I've got it memorized.
You should play 6-4-2-1 here. You want to start the 4-point. You also want to play that ace to the ace point to make use of that checker. I'm not concerned about having the 2 blots here. Victor's not going to volunteer a shot. I think 6-4-2-1 will be better.
That's very reasonable. They're tied. They're tied.
Yeah.
When I see .001, I call it a tie.
It is, I agree.
Because it hasn't been rolled out.
One 5. I play 5 down to 10.
They're fixing the clock and fixing the transcription.
I think they paused it because the transcriber got a roll behind and asked them to pause. And
that's it.
Now they're restarting. Chris will make the 3-point here. Great place so far. PRs are 2.3 for both.
And that's with a blunder by Victor. That's how well he's played the rest of the game.
And a blunder by Chris. Chris's PR is mostly from the double fours.
That's right. If I made a blunder, my PR would look like 10. He would love to be able to run a checker, but he can't. He could leave an ace shot with that double blot. In fact, I'm tempted to do that.
You mean a deuce shot?
Yeah. No. Yeah, I'd leave a deuce shot. And it dupes the twos. I would do that. I actually would do that.
Yeah,
and XG says it's right. 18-14.
I don't think Victor would have hit that blot with anything other than 2-2.
Yeah. Why not do it? I think he missed a play there. a play that Phil would have made. My God, how often does that happen? Some people say I'm too self-deprecating, but I'm being facetious. So they balance out. And I'm being lexicophatic now. Well,
a little bit of an awkward situation for Chris. He doesn't want to move any of those checkers, or he certainly doesn't want to give up the bar because he's behind in the race. He would be advancing his home board a little bit farther than ideal to not move all of them, but I think that's
he got it. He got it. Very good play.
Play 7-1-6-4.
Very good play.
Victor now has only a few good numbers. He rolls a non-double that has a small number, and he's going to have to bury more checkers.
Very stiff position. 4-1.
Yeah. If Chris can spring that spare with a 7 or bigger, he's really got Victor in a bind, because Victor's got a very stiff position when he doesn't. And unfortunately, it's small enough that he doesn't have to break his board.
This is a key roll.
Victor does not get the type of number he's looking for.
So do you crash?
I think he has to crash. If he leaves a shot, he'll bring the 2 down from the midpoint, because that's the best race.
No, crashing was wrong by a lot. Look at that. Huge.
I guess. Well, what XG is telling us is, Victor, you're going to have the same problem next roll, and you're going to have hurt your race and hurt your board in case there's an exchange of hits. That's what that valuation is telling us. And this time, Victor is able to clear the 10-point.
Yep. This is a classic, what I call spy versus spy standoff. Who rolls the 6 first?
Victor's going to leave a shot with a 5 or a 6 here. That's not a double.
His worst roll would be a 5-1. 5-1 leaves a double shot. That's the only roll. Let's see if it happens, and if I caused it to happen by calling it out. You can blame me if he rolls a 5-1. Oh my God, it was close. 6-1. 17 numbers hit. And this would be a double if Chris were also gin in the race, but he's not. Because if he misses, Victor's going to be in good shape in the race, and we'll double him out. So you don't give the cube. Plus the fact that when he hits, he doesn't always win. Victor can come right in with a 6. Oh, he got it. He got it. And if Victor doesn't come in with a 6, now we're looking at a different story.
This will be a double in the pass if Victor doesn't come in.
And he doesn't. Should be double pass pretty quickly. And it's a big double and a big pass. All right. So he needed to hit the shot. He was not slightly favored. 17 shots out of is about 47% of the time he would hit, which means he was not favored, but he got a little lucky there. That isn't big luck to hit a shot where you have almost half the rolls hit. But Victor may have been punished for not volunteering the roll before, which according to XG was a very big play to make, very correct play to make.
I think Victor was up enough in the race that if Chris misses the deuce shot after 13-10, 13-9, Victor's going to have a double that was either a pass or very close to a pass. So he's effectively putting the game on the line as a 24-12 favorite, and that was a better outcome for him than creating the final position that we had.
Okay, what Chris is pointing out is when you're making your checker plays, you're also thinking about how it affects your cube action.
Yep.
And Victor had the opportunity to take a chance where he was highly favored that could easily give him the game by using the cube. And he missed that play.
Yep.
And it's so easy for us to get it right when we're seeing XG and doing hindsight. But I'm always right when I'm looking at XG. Well, most of the time. Sometimes I still get it wrong. And it turned out to be very costly. It cost him the game.
Chris will do that, and he'll play 15-11 with the 4, which is clear. Oh, I guess it's not clear.
Mm-hmm. You just don't want to give your opponent a 6 from the bar. That's the reason for that play. And see?
Yeah,
see?
I see.
Can I say, see? I told you so.
See.
It's a big thing when the only roll that hurts your opponent is a 6 coming in. Don't give him a good 6 elsewhere. And most of the time, that's what you should be thinking about a lot of the time. In fact, it's always right except when it's wrong.
An interesting feature of this position is that deuce shot that Victor has at the 11 point is almost irrelevant because he's stripping the midpoint, leaving a bunch of blots, and he was also duplicating with the deuce that would have made the 20-point anchor. And so Chris is sitting there saying if Victor uses a 2 this way, I don't mind too much because he would have otherwise used.
That's a great insight. By what you mean is almost irrelevant is that even if he gets the shot, it's not going to improve his game that much.
That's right.
You always fight for that 5 point, even though you're taking a big chance.
You're also taking half a roll away from Victor, in which he has a army that is ready to mobilize, but at the current time is vulnerable because of all the blots. And now Victor comes back with a poor number, and Chris has a variety of good responses here. And there's quite a few hits and covers. But even if he misses and just covers, he's got a strong position.
Well, he covers.
He covers. This is a big edge for Chris. He's got a much stronger structure, and Victor needs to respond well here to him.
Four three is a very decent roll. I don't know. I'm making the 4 point heavy. He hits. Oh, cover and hit.
Yep.
Wow, I didn't see the hit right away. So the saying is, hit a blot and prime a pair.
Well, he's got 3 checkers back, and he wants to unstack the place that's got 5 checkers, and he pretty desperately doesn't want Chris to make his bar.
Wow.
And the numbers that would escape if he didn't hit is a 5. It's not one of the numbers in use for the bar, and sometimes you get a real payoff when a guy dances on a 2 point board like this.
Wow, that was a great hit. Very good play. I can't swear that I would have gotten it. This is clear. This is easy. I would come closer. No. No, the play is 22-21. Wow.
Well, he could fight for a better anchor. And the other thing is that if Chris were to dance again, Victor would now have 7s,
Wow.
8s, and 9s to hit that outside blot.
This is a tough play, and he found it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, Victor's not going to want to hit loose with a 2 or a 4 entry because Chris now has the stronger board. And so when you start to get into these positions where there's a lot of blots flying around everywhere, sometimes having a 3 point board versus a 2 point board gives you a big edge in the position. So this is...
That was a beautiful, beautiful play by Victor. Really,
Yeah,
look, I think a lot of people would miss that play.
I agree.
If I didn't have XG, I would question the play. Okay, anchor and run.
It's this improved anchor.
Yeah,
the six
anchor
comes out.
and run. Yeah, it paid off big time.
Yeah.
Having the higher anchor is big. You can
Yeah.
you're shooting it more of the outfield. You can get out. You can't get primed. You get gammoned less for a lot of reasons. You much rather have the 4 point than the 3 or the 2 point.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at this position in totality, Victor before was, staring at having a 4 point blockade, in front of his anchor on the 3 point, and Chris having a real priming game plan. Okay, now there's nothing that Chris can really do to Victor on his side of the board that Victor's concerned about, and Victor's just sitting here focusing his entire, attention on, detaining that one straggler. And if he can make the 5 or the bar here, particularly the 5, then he'll have a chance to attack that guy and potentially work his way towards a cube.
This is covered very well in the new book by Mochi and Mark Olson that you can buy on Galaxy. The first part of the book is by Mochi about prime versus blitz. And if your opponent is clearly in a priming game, you got to advance that anchor. If he's in a blitzing game, you got to not leave him shots.
Yep.
So that same play would be wrong in a blitzing game.
So on this play, Chris has 2 choices, and as we see, they're very close. He either wants to make the 9 point, which he did to block Victor, or run that blot all the way out. Any play where he left that blot on Victor's 3 or 5 point would have been a sizable mistake because he's encouraging Victor to do what Victor would like to do anyway, which is make his 3 or 5 point.
So you either come out all the way or not at all.
Yes, exactly.
I got you. 3-2 is the roll. Kind of a nothing roll.
Not a good roll for
No,
Victor.
he has to stack.
He had various productive rolls, and he has to
Well,
stack in a way that
but
he's
XG liked the slot there.
less likely to do something useful.
XG liked the slot.
Really?
Yes. And I didn't see how much, but he wanted both. They wanted both checkers off the 8. That would have been a big slot. You're trying to prime your opponent.
See, now we see that Victor's structure was weakened enough in the last play that it's really a toss-up of whether Chris comes up with the 2 here or just plays 8-6. Because Victor only has 5s and 3s to hit him, and I think I would have made this play. I'm not sure.
It's close, very close. He needs a 5-3 or a double 3, and hitting loose is not going to be fun, but he might have to. 3-2 probably would hit loose. Yeah, hit a blot and prime a pair. Double 3s. Oh, that's the dream roll.
That's the super joke.
That's the dream roll. That's it. That's it. If he doesn't come in, cube.
I would cube this.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And,
There's only 5
and a
crossovers
pass
outside.
Sure.
There's not enough games.
That was the knockout punch.
Yep.
Absolute knockout punch. I'm going to quit complaining about Victor's bad luck. Let's see what the luck says. XG computes your luck factor as you go. Next time I get a chance, I'll look at it. I usually ignore it unless I see somebody who's really consistently unlucky, and Victor really was in that first game when he missed all those shots. But he's made up for it. The score is even. The PRs are very, very low. Chris is playing under 2. My goodness. At the end of the match, that's all you can do is hope you played well. Very good roll. Racing roll, making the point.
So the nice double 6s.
Very nice. That's a big swing roll for Chris. Five, 4.
Victor's just going to build his board here. Chris had that nice roll, but it's not easy for Chris to improve his position here. He's got those. No, that will do it. He's got the 2 stacks on the bar and the 6.
I give up the midpoint here.
I played.
And it's right.
I moved to the 15.
Oh, you do?
Yeah. He now has a racing lead, and when you have a big racing lead, you want to race. You want to race, and remember,
You're right.
And one of the things people need to remember is when you have a big racing lead and you are not in a racing position, that's a problem, because another way to describe a racing lead, not in a racing position, is you're playing a holding game where you're out-timed. So it's, if you look at all the correct plays, they all involved moving up because Victor does not want to be stuck on Chris's bar anymore.
Chris did not want to be stuck on Victor's bar.
Chris did not want to be stuck on Victor's bar, correct. And Chris now doubles. This should be an easy take for Victor with the anchor.
It's not even a double.
It's not even quite a double.
But I like the double.
Yeah.
I like it anyway.
He has what he needs to have a thin take from just racing equity. And here Victor has an obvious amount of play from the 3-point. It's not easy for Chris to improve his position immediately without a double, and he will probably leave several fly shots that Victor will have a chance to hit.
Yep, and Victor took.
He has more of a board.
And Victor took.
Yep.
He thought about it a little bit. 5-4 is not a good roll. You just go behind, don't you?
That's actually not a bad roll. He should bring the 2 guys in.
The 2 around. It doesn't leave a
Victor's
direct.
got the blot on the 5.
Sure.
So
it's not a direct shot.
he's exposed to 6 numbers, and in any case, Victor has that blot on the 5 points. So this is the time you want to do it. And Victor does roll the 2-5. Despite the blots, it's obviously he's happy to hit. And Chris does hit him back.
And happy to hit back. You want to talk about happy?
Yeah.
He liked to come in with a 1 or doubles. He did come in with a 1. That's what he wanted.
So he'll come in and hit the outside checker.
Sure. And Chris would like to roll a 5.
Chris would like to roll
or
a
a
5,
2,
but-
something coming in with a 2. 5 is good, but the 6 is not pretty.
Yeah, he's just got to come off the midpoint and volunteer the ace and deuce. I don't like the hit of A2 because that kills his structure, and we're certainly not coming off the anchor. This is not a good play.
Yeah, this is a blunder, and he did it pretty quickly.
Way too much damage to your structure.
Shouldn't make blunders quickly at their level.
Yeah.
You might make a blunder, but think about it at least. You got lots of time on the clock.
Victor had only 20 numbers to hit the blot on the midpoint, and even if he did, it's not a big deal. Chris is on his 5 point, and he can recirculate that checker relatively easily.
Yeah, and he ruined his structure with that play too.
Yeah, just not.
I think you hit again.
He's been playing fantastically so far,
Yeah,
but that was
you hit again.
That was by far his worst play of the match so far.
And he did it quick. I still don't understand that. Maybe it was just so obvious to him.
All right, now he's.
That's the right play, even though it looks silly to leave those 2 blots. It's better than any alternative, and you don't always get hit. 16 rolls don't hit you. No, double 1s hit you also. So he can take his pick. I think you hit with a 2 and clean up the outfield. I don't know.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, that's right. Hit with a 2, clean up those blots in the outfield. Nothing else comes close. Well, 6-4 isn't terrible.
Well, I mean, the only reason you would think about this is because you would like to unstack the 6 point, and you're also not very worried about Chris coming in with a number and hitting off the midpoint because the midpoint is stripped, and he still doesn't have much board. So that's why the other play was close. But I think this makes sense.
Coming out to the bar is slightly right. 6-4 is close. They're very close.
Yeah.
He's looking at it. He just pointed to that play. That's the right play. Very nice play. Very nice play. A lot of people wouldn't do that. Getting hit off the bar, you have lots of return shots if you get hit there. 5-4 is not an easy roll.
This is actually a quite awkward number for
Yep.
Victor. It's got a hit and run.
And he finds the right play right away. Nothing else comes close.
Chris fans, and Victor has a clear double here. Chris has got 2 more blots, and there's a lot of times that Victor, one of the things that people say is that, I can't be blitzed if I had an anchor. It's not quite true. If you have a single anchor, but you have enough blots in the outfield, somebody can execute a semi-blitz against you where they close you out of everything but 1 point and bring it around and win a gammon. And the possibility of that here is why Victor has a double. We see by looking at the XG feed that over half of his wins are in fact gammons here.
A 4 cube with a gammon in this match.
Oh wait! Victor's already been. Victor's
It's a
already been
recube.
doubled. It's a
yeah,
recube.
It's a recube.
Oh, I am right that it's a double, but I didn't see it was a redouble.
Yeah, and you got to be a little slower on the redouble. But still, think about this.
Yeah.
You turn the cube to 4, you gammon and win 8 points. That's the match.
Yeah,
So the gammon value is very, very high here. If he turns the cube, that's another reason it's a double.
Yeah, I spoke too quickly because I didn't see that Victor already had the cube, but what I was saying about having a semi blitz, I do think that's what's relevant here. And Chris has 3 blots in play here, and if Victor has can roll a number that an ace that covers or a 6 that covers.
Yes, but at a different score where the gammon is 100% efficient and gets you to the 11 points exactly, it might not be a double.
That's correct.
So that we have to understand gammon value, the value of winning a gammon. So those 33 gammons are equal to 33 wins. They probably have a 1.0 gammon value. That's monstrous. That's the reason this is a cube.
Yeah.
Probably more than anything else. Well, of course, everything you say about the position is absolutely right, Chris. But that's you got to. How many people are thinking that when I turn the cube, my gammon value goes way up?
Yeah, like I said, I didn't notice. When I spoke, I didn't see Victor already had the cube, and that's my bad.
This might not be an initial double. It's funny. This could be reverse. It might not be an initial double, but it might be a recube. How often does that happen?
I'm pretty confident this is an initial double.
Really? That's it. I'd like to run that. That's really interesting. Because of the gammon value, maybe not. But might be. It might be.
And this is...
Most of the time, you got to be much better to redouble than to double. But when your gammon value goes to 1, whoo, through the roof. Victor could win the entire match here 33% of the time if he cubes. It's not fun to lose 4 points if it goes wrong.
It's hard to know what Victor's thinking here. He's obviously going through the possibilities of the individual roles. When you are the better player, which Victor almost always is when he plays somebody, you tend not to want to introduce a high degree of volatility in individual situations, which obviously redoubling would. The other thought is, despite the fact that
he's doubling. Yes. This is big.
He doubled, and Chris had thought about it, and he took it.
This is big. This could be the match if he wins the gammon. This is very exciting. A 4-cube and 11-point match this is where the rubber hits the road. Yes.
Hits the road.
Yes. We both thought the same thing. 5-3. Well, that's good. At least he covers. Comes up with a 3.
I think anything else is too big.
He gives away the chance to hit that checker, but you need to get out, and everything else is ugly. Chris really needs to perform here. He needs to come in. He'd love to make the 18. Okay, he did come in, but not a really good come-in number, though. 18-14 is right. Just minimize shots, and also he doesn't want Victor to hit him off the bar point and make the bar point. If he hits him outside, he's not helping him make a good point. So he's got 2 reasons to play 18-14. Nothing else is really close. There we go. He got it. Victor would like double 2s. Double 2s, he's thinking. Double 2s. Hits both and makes the 2-point. 3-1. Ooh. Do you hit or make the 4-point? You hit. 3-point. The 3-point is wrong. You're hit. You're playing a blitzing game. You want that gammon.
At this point, he's made his ace point. He's got Chris on the run. You don't want to give Chris a chance to consolidate this position. If you don't hit this guy and Chris safeties that blot back on the 23, Victor has not much. Just a holding game with a racing lead.
Yeah, and when you made your ace point, you pretty much want to play a blitzing game. Yeah. You're not going to play a priming game.
Yeah.
It's a good play by Victor. I might be tired of saying that, but I'm not. Ooh, big dance. Now he's going to go after him. Now he's going to go for the blitz.
Yeah.
Any 2, 4, or 6. Or 11. Or 9. 5-3. I failed to name any of those.
I'd just make the 3-point here.
Sure.
We need to make both, so let's do it.
Yeah, he couldn't hit, but that helps, especially if Chris doesn't roll a 2 here. Chris rolls a 2 here, he's got a hell of a game. What else, Victor? What are you looking at?
I don't think he's seriously considering anything else. I think he knows he has plenty of time here in what might be the last game of the match. So he's being extra careful, but
what might be the last game of his tournament?
Last game of the tournament. So, last game of the tournament
for one of them.
One of these two guys. I would be shocked if he did something else. And that's not because I'm looking at the XG. It's because I can't really see the merit of anything. There's wrong plays you could see the merit of, and wrong plays that you just don't see the merit of.
I coined the term FBL, forced by logic.
Yeah.
Oh, is that big?
Wow.
Is that big to roll a 2? Does he hit? What else are you going to do?
Does he hit?
Does he hit?
He hits,
he
which
does.
He hit off of?
He does hit.
And this is, wow, we'd have to get a roll out of this. Which point to hit off of is very close.
I like hitting off the 2. I like being able to hold that 5-point. It's real close, but
I-
I'm surprised it's close.
I agree, but it's worth thinking about. And wow,
Ooh,
Victor just
big
stands.
turnaround.
This was an unbelievable turnaround.
Big turnaround.
Chris rolled the 2.
Oh.
Victor came, and now Chris has enormous cube re-leverage here because he can redouble Victor for the match. I don't think you redouble here, and as we see, it's not quite time. But
It's close.
He's at 60% winning chances.
I'm doubling Victor. If it's me playing Victor, I'm doubling here. I want to put pressure on him and scare him, have some fun. But it would only be a 3% error. I'm not sure that's an error when you're playing Victor Ashkenazi. This hits again. But boy,
This hits again, but there's that blot on the 3-point, and
you hit twice. Hit twice is a real possibility here. Wouldn't that be fun? I think I might hit twice just because it's so exciting. And it's not bad. It's really close.
yeah, but if he hits one of those blots,
But if he doesn't, you can claim. You might even be too good. Oh, no. Oh, this is not.
no, this is
No, this is too passive. This is not terrible, but it was not the best
I
idea.
think I would have come out with the 6 and hit the blot
Yeah.
on the 5-point.
Yeah.
And with the 2 anchors, I would gamble that if things went badly, I could recover in time.
Well, you only had one anchor.
Oh my God, Victor dances again.
This game is over. Should be over.
Now Chris
It says no double.
still not quite there.
Not there. I'm doubling. 6s and 3s to hit. 1s, 3s, and 4s to cover.
Yeah.
Lots of hitting him. Oh,
Twos hit also.
this looks better than XG says. XG doesn't really know this position.
Well, he's gone from 60 to 64% winning chances, so he has improved, but it says it's still not a double. He still can't clean up that blot. 6-5, it seems pretty clear to just hit and continue to the 9-point here. And that's the correct play.
Uh-huh.
I don't know why. I don't think Chris needs to think about this one for long.
What a big turnaround this was for Chris. Victor lost a heartbreaker to Frank in the undefeated, getting Gammon on the last game in a position where he was clearly way ahead and winning the match. But that's backgammon. That's why it's so exciting. He needs a 3 or a 5.
And again, he rolls a 6. Victor's had very poor.
Now we have a small redouble
Now
according to
finally a
XG.
redouble. Chris is up to 69%, and it's a bare redouble. And he thought about it the last 2 rolls, and so this is a tough find.
In
But
the last 2 rolls, it was close.
I'm saying he thought about it. So I think he went into this roll thinking that if I need a little bit more, and he definitely improved that roll. And I think he's going to find it. I think he's going to find it. And Victor's going to hate to take this cube, but I think Victor's going to find the take.
It's a big take.
The big take. But I think Victor's going to hate to take it, but he will.
If not, if he drops it, he's losing 7-3.
Yeah.
His chances of winning the match there are what, about 30%? Or about
think
20,
Chris is gonna find
25%? He's got more than that here. Gammons won't matter. He rolled. He just rolled. Okay.
So
2017,
cover.
4-3.
his position's strong enough now.
Victor is obviously having a sigh of relief that he wasn't doubled.
Yeah, I mean, I think sometimes these positions, if you don't get a direct feel for the position, ask yourself if you were in your opponent's shoes, what would they want you or not want you to do? And I have to think Victor was happy not to be doubled there.
Well, Woolsey's Law. That's the number one rule in backgammon, in my opinion. The best tool in backgammon is Woolsey's Law. Put yourself in your opponent's shoes. Would you take or would you pass? And are you sure?
Yeah. And Victor finally rolls a good shot, and now he's in the game for a while. And we see
It's a close game.
See Victor went from 30% game winning chances to 45 there.
Yeah, now it's
That's
a
how big the anchor
close
is.
game.
This is just now. Chris is now just coming home against a holding game. And Victor may have a little bit of trouble springing that extra checker on the 20-point around to build up his board.
This is very bad. Double ones.
Yeah, so he should. He'll do that and probably make the deuce point, though.
Yep.
Imagine switching from the 6 to the 5 is a little bit worse.
And the race you can see is very, very close. 2 pips.
Yeah.
And there's still every game is a race. Remember that. Whoever wins this backgammon game is the one who gets their checkers off first.
All right, I think Chris will find this play. The only safe play here is to pick up the bar point, and that just seems way too awkward. And even if Victor hits this 5, there's no direct cover of the blot on the 4-point, and the anchor on the 17 impedes Victor from just laying his checkers out in his outer board to cover that. So I think he'll find the correct play here, play 17-10.
I don't know. You're in Monte Carlo. You're in the fighters bracket. You're not far away from the world championship. There's a little pressure on.
Yeah,
you might not find the right play so easily, but he does. Looks like he's got it.
He's going to.
Okay, he got it. Good. He's a very methodical player. He's not going to do too many. He did one blunder very fast, though.
Other than that very sloppy hit with the 6, Chris has played this match very, very well. Much stronger than he played yesterday.
3-1.
Victor's just got to bring it down. I mean, he's not going to crash his board anymore.
He made the right play.
Yeah. That's not to say that it won't be big for Chris to hit this ace. It will be when he missed it.
He missed it. Aces don't get hit that much, only 11 times.
Yeah.
This is a very, very tenuous position for both players. Double 2s. I guess you have to come down from the mid. You do, because there's not much else you can do. And bring it in. No, 6-4 is right. That's the right play. It's very close to playing 13-9. It's very close. The race is still 2 pips. It's just nip and tuck here. With a 4-cube, it's very, very exciting. I'm on the edge of my seat. This is a really exciting match. And they're both playing very well. Oh.
That's a huge shot.
Huge shot.
Because Victor wanted to get that spare off the 20-point.
Safely.
Where to safety,
Yeah.
where he can use it to build up his home board and have some pips to play with on non-double.
Which means he needed to roll a 9.
Which meant he needed to roll a 9.
And he did.
And Chris was trying to build up his board so that Victor would have to bury checkers, waiting for a 9 to get that off. And now Victor's got plenty of time.
Yeah. And as you can see,
and we see that now is that Chris was 60-40 in the game for the last couple rolls.
now it's 50-50.
It's 50-50. That's how big
50-50.
that 9 was.
Yep. We got a
Victor
6-2.
It's 5-point here.
Yep. This is a nip and tuck battle, baby.
Yeah.
And they're both playing it very well.
And now the problem is that all of a sudden Chris is looking a little stiff. The double 2s is going to help that.
That's a very nice roll.
Very nice roll.
And he's only up in the race by 1 pip after this roll, so that makes me question whether you move those back checkers. But you do. Huh. It's real close. I would be tempted not to.
No, it's not close.
Yeah, after the roll, Chris would be up by a pip.
No, but the 17-13 is a big error.
It's a big error.
He's supposed to block the 6s.
Okay, then I was right.
Because here's the thing. Here's the thing. If Chris moves his point from the 13 to the 11, he's blocking the 6s. He then moves 17-15. Okay, we're not worried about those guys being contained by the checkers on the 11 point, because the checkers on the 11 point have to move next roll.
Yeah,
because Victor has to play with them because he has doesn't have enough playable pips.
And he missed the right play.
He missed the right play.
It wasn't a horrible
This is
mistake.
a better play. This is not as good as the right play, but it's a better play than having disengaged completely.
6-1, not what Victor wanted.
Yeah.
A 2 is very big here. Even with the blot in the inner board, a 2 would be a huge swing.
Yeah.
And a non-2 would be a huge swing. And he got the 2. He can't cover, but you still have to hit. You must hit.
You're hitting and you're
hitting
and you're going to the 13. Don't leave another blot. And
yeah.
If this is very simple. If Victor doesn't hit this ace, Chris is going to have a redouble and a pass. And he's going to have a big edge even if Victor enters with a 5.
It doesn't matter which 2 he plays. Or which 4 he plays, rather.
No, it doesn't matter. He doesn't want to come
It's
down.
point.
He doesn't want to come down.
Oh, you're right. You're right. It does
There's
matter.
no reason to get 5-6.
Yeah, you're right. 1 is monstrous, and a non-1 is also monstrous. We're looking at a 4-point swing on this roll.
It could be bigger. The swing here is huge. If Victor had
Yeah.
rolled something like a 1-3 or 1-5, he could hit with the ace, come off the 20, and if Chris has got 2 more blots here, and Victor could gammon him for the match. The swing on that roll was humongous.
Humongous is too big a word for me.
Yeah, right.
Clear redouble, clear pass. Big swing game of the match.
I mean, Victor had some gammon wins in his range when he was shooting at that ace.
Yeah. Victor could have won the match with that cube. You can't fault Victor for doubling there. It was a great double.
Yeah.
And this is a clear pass.
Yeah, I mean, the quality of play in this match has been excellent. I mean, Victor had a few small plays. Chris had that one sloppy 6, but they've just both played fantastic.
What gets me is that Chris is very methodical, and one of his big blunders was when he wasn't thinking about it very quickly and moved very quickly. There's a lesson there, isn't there? Not sure what it is, but it's a lesson.
Just take your time.
Take your time, yeah.
We're all playing, a lot of backgammon this week, and sometimes you lose your focus for a second, and you have a low energy moment, and you make too quick a play, and you make a play like that. Then Chris will look at the XG file later and say, "What the hell was I thinking?"
Oh, I believe that you should have your gut reaction. You should immediately, oh, this looks good, but then always stop and see if I'm missing something. But there's nothing wrong with that gut reaction because it's often right.
Yeah.
Victor's taking a lot longer than this than I would have imagined for the whole match. He knows the odds in this position very well.
Don't think there's any variation in the universe where Victor takes this cube. But,
I'm giving 10-1 he passes.
yeah.
10-1.
I mean, he's proven, and in this tournament as well, that he can play at a high level with a very small amount of time. So he may well think that's over for another minute or minute and a half. But at the end of the day, I think he's passing.
Kaput. We'll need another computer. My computer isn't charging and isn't working. Yeah, so we'll need another computer. Not necessarily now, but I can't watch the chat without a computer. We'll certainly need it for future matches.
Chris has.
Yeah, I will.
I mean, Chris has only 18 covers. But the thing is that if Chris safeties those blots or makes an outside point, it will no longer be the case that an ace for Victor wins the game for him. And so that's the problem. Chris will safety those blots, and Victor has nothing to make the 6-point with for several rolls. This would likely be a comfortable take if the board was closed rather than the board broken with the spare on the 5. But the problem is Victor can't close the 6-point for many rolls, and he does pass. As we suspected.
Okay, we got the pass as expected. Sorry I can't watch the chat during this match, but we're going to fix that in future. It just won't charge. So, yeah. Show me how. Sure. I'm going to try and get on the chat with my phone. I would love to hear the comments and the questions. Okay. Okay. 7-3. What does Victor have? About 25%? Neil's numbers, where are you in my head when I forget them? What a brilliant thing Neil came up with many, many years ago to figure out match
it's a little
equities.
bit higher than 25%, but I'm not sure.
Uh-huh.
If somebody has Neil's tables in front of you and wants to call that out on the stream, let us know that number. That would be much appreciated.
I'm sure Neil has them. I think he's been on the stream a lot lately.
I'm confident Neil knows his own numbers. Highly confident of that.
Matt Congire's been on the stream. I guarantee you he knows the number.
Okay, strong open for Victor. I think this is not quite a double, but let's see.
Not quite a double, you think? I think it's not quite a double also. Oh, it's right on the edge.
Yeah,
right on the edge.
Not quite a double, but
yeah,
it's close.
Yeah, it's close. It's quite a double, but close. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Tara. She always comes to the rescue whenever we need her. And now I can see the chat.
All right. So
30%. Chris
does
Hamilton
double.
says 30% odds. We were close.
Victor does double, and Chris had thought it over and knew he was taking it.
Uh-huh.
Grabbed the cube right out of Victor's.
6-2 is the roll.
I'm gonna.
The right play.
That's the right play. And now, Victor's got his anchor. It's not so easy for Chris to improve on his side of the board, and Victor's going to be focusing on his side of the board now. So Chris is going to have to dump a checker behind.
We got Marty Storer on the stream, and he knows match equities. The problem is with Marty, it takes him more than 2 seconds to figure it out. Maybe less.
All right.
Coming down. What else? Oh, there's a hit. There's coming down. There's a hit. You should not play passively here. You got him outboarded. He's got a blot in his inner board. It's time to get frisky.
Yep.
Feeling frisky. Good play. I would have thought about splitting there, but it's close. Big three. Big three. And he covers.
Cover.
Hit and cover. What a lovely thing to happen.
So if you notice, coming out was only a tiny error. Okay?
Yeah. Structure is a big part of this game, but so is attacking. So this is the beautiful thing about this game. You can have two completely different game plans or and approaches, and they can be close.
This is not a good number. I think Chris has to come out and just play 6-2. We really can't afford to get another checker involved. And he finds it quickly.
Absolutely. Not a good play, but the best play.
Victor's
Better than the
got some
alternatives.
Good numbers, but he's also got some awkward 5s and 6s here that don't do that much. This is a decent 6 because
Uh-huh. This is a kind of an impotent roll.
Nice number. Safety that one.
Yeah,
Try to
come
get
up.
the next one out.
Yeah. And Victor's going to attack that checker.
A discreetly excellent roll for Chris.
Uh-huh. And I think
This
he's
is
going to
easy, right?
attack.
Swing the
Sure.
6 around and hit with the 4.
Right. Hit a blot. Especially when you have him outboarded.
Yeah, there's no
Well,
reason.
it's not outboarded now, but it was 2-2.
There's no reason to come off the anchor here. Coming off the anchor just gives Chris some double hits that could turn the game, and Victor doesn't want to get into a blot hitting contest at this point because his edge is not in inner board points and structure. And
He finds the right play.
So he
And coming
finds-
around also gives you a builder for the 4 point
Yep.
in case he comes in on the 4,
Yep, correct.
which may well happen.
Yeah.
It's the right play.
right.
Isn't he glad he came around now?
Yep.
He has that
So-
checker shoot. You got a 6 shooting at him.
So Victor's going to roll something, and most numbers are going to put Chris up on the roof against a 4.5 board.
5-2. 5-2 is not going to do it.
That's
all he can
actually
do.
a bad number for Victor because it gives Chris a chance to get into the outfield and fade one more shot. He doesn't do it.
Oh boy. When you have a 3-1 and you can make the 5 point, it's always right, except when it isn't.
Yeah, but he just can't give him 5s here because 4s and 3s and 1s, work on the 4. He can't give Victor another class of numbers. So I think 13-10-2-1 is going to be the play.
It's so safe, but there are times you need to be safe.
I know, but you really want to give him 5s? That's another.
6-2. Nope, making the 5 point
Making
is
5 is
close.
slightly better.
Very
than
close.
13-10-2-1.
Very
That's
close.
just-
The 5 point is the 5 point. Remember that.
I know. This is what I would have done. And I would have been wrong.
Well, not wrong. It's not bad.
Would have not wanted to give him 5s.
Okay, here's a hit in the outfield. Get another checker back.
Turns out he hits the blot.
That increases the gammons a lot. If Chris doesn't anchor here, there could be a blitz coming up. And he doesn't anchor. We're going to see a blitz
We're
here.
going to see a blitz, and Victor's gammon chance is going way up here.
Way up. He's going to hit him with anything he can. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, Mancini. I think he was a great boxer, wasn't he? Okay. The 3, see, he doesn't even hesitate.
5
The
around.
5 around, just instantly you hit him. This is very big roll for Chris. He doesn't perform here. This match could be even after this game. And he does not perform, just coming in on the 2. It puts a little bit of a chance for him. A lot of interesting rolls coming up here. Okay, 3 covers and 6 hits. 6 covers and 3 hits, yeah.
Make the 4 and hit on the deuce.
Right. That's a beautiful, beautiful roll for Victor.
And now...
Now we're going to see it. We're going to see an even match after this game.
This is going to end in a gammon most of the time. All right, 1.
There's still hope.
Probably just bring the 2 up.
There is still hope for Chris. He rolls a 2 and gets the anchor. He can stop. He can stop a lot of gammons. Nope.
Yeah.
6s and 5s. He doesn't care which. He just wants one of them. There's a lot of combinations too. Got them both. Does it matter? It always matters.
I would just play 13-2. I'm not worried about the back guy. And if you play 13-2, you have a 6-point prime anyway.
And you are correct according to Mr. XG. Don't move the back checker, but it's .010.
Yeah.
Can't fault him
I
for
guess
that.
thematically, this just provides a little bit less ammo to work on the ace point if Chris rolls an ace, because Victor is absolutely hitting him with a 6 if he could.
Yeah, he would break the prime to hit if he had to.
Yeah.
Especially with such a bad board on the other side.
So now I
Builders,
would play
builders.
13-5, yeah.
Sure, builders.
Or 15-9, 7-5, that's fine too.
Okay. He would hit with a 6. He would break his prime to hit instead of letting him anchor. 6 or a 4. 4, he got it. This is Custer's last stand. Oh, he got it.
Victor and
He got
Chris is fighting, and if he could get that ace point game, it's not gonna
Knocks the gammons way down.
It's gonna cut the gammons way down, and he'll even get a few lucky wins. Victor gets
double 6.
rolls double 6s. That's gonna buy Chris a little more time.
Absolutely. Didn't get the anchor. If Victor comes in with a 6, he's going to break his prime and hit him.
And he'd even think about doing it with doubles that switch, like double 3s, double 4s, double 5s.
I switch with double 1s.
Yeah.
Switch.
Switching.
You don't want your opponent to anchor.
Yep.
That was a very good roll for Victor. He made up for the dance and then some. He'll have plenty of covers for that 2-point real soon. He still has a little bit of concern about getting out the back checker when it's on the ace point. Well, I bring the 5 down to be 6 away from the 2-point. I want to go to the 8-point. There he goes. Yes, that's it.
He wants a 6 away here.
Yeah. 6 is the most numbers that can get to a point. So you do worry about the back checker just a little bit, because after you don't want to get stuck there and have to crash. Not now, though. You don't worry about it yet. He's thinking about it, but I like this play. You're going to get out of there right now. He comes up. Now he can get out with 5s and 6s. I'm not even going to say what his horror shakes are, because it would be cruel. It would be very cruel. But he has some. Okay, he's out. A sigh of relief. I'm always sweating that double 4 when I'm in there. And even double 3 wasn't too good. So all Victor cares about now is how do I bear off without leaving a shot? I'm going to get a gammon. On the very last roll or two, you might think backgammons, but you're far from thinking that yet. By the way, a backgammon would be 6 points and would win the match. But 4 points is going to tie this match up. Oh, 6 points doesn't win the match.
6 points would not win the match.
Yeah.
6 points would bring him to 2 away.
Yeah, that's right, 2 away. That's right.
Yeah.
So you just concentrate on the gammon. My math wasn't that good, was it?
Now we're probably up to about 10% backgammons. Maybe even more.
Not now.
No, not now. Not after
Not
6-5.
now.
Had Chris Fan there, we would start to have to think about backgammons, but now...
Uh-oh.
Oh, there's a shot.
Shot.
Now Chris will have
Oh, my goodness.
Chris will have a ton of work to do even if he hits this shot, but he's got a
He still wants to hit it.
he's got a chance.
He has a reasonable chance to save a gammon if he hits it. I'd say reasonable.
He's got
he
a lot
still
of work
might
to
get
do. He's
gammon.
got a lot of work to
Yeah.
do to do that, but
He misses. Okay.
Misses in. There's
And
no
the crowd
backgammon,
goes
there's
mild.
no saves.
That's it.
We're at 7-7, and it looks like they're about to take a break.
And he concedes the gammon. Okay. That's smart. Rest both of
Oh,
your...
maybe they're not taking a break. I saw them
If
talking. as
I were
they-
Chris, I'd take a break.
And they are taking a break. All right.
Okay.
I'm going to take a little bathroom break myself.
No, that's not legal.
Not legal?
You can't do that.
All right. Well, then you'll report me to the chiefs.
While we have a little break, I'll mention a couple things. I am definitely going to Dubai this year. $50,000 money added. And I have never been to Dubai. I can't wait to go there. Should be exciting. I am definitely going to New York this year. Next year, I guess, is January 4th. For a couple of reasons. It's the largest tournament in the United States. I love the way it's run. I love being in New York. Pardon me. And on my urging, the tournament director, Lynn Ehrlich, has agreed to have a doubles event called non-consulting doubles, which each player makes their move without consulting their partner. So everybody's in the game. You're not just sitting there listening to the better player. Now, she will also have a regular doubles event. So if you don't like that idea, that's fine. If you're going to have a pro and an amateur, that's fine. But if you got two good players together and you can play non-consulting doubles, it's really a fun way to play. Okay, on your screen, you'll see the masterclass book that's available in Galaxy. Go to the Galaxy shop, backgammongalaxy.com. You can also get that wonderful, wonderful clock setup that they have that we're using in this match, and a lot of other good products. I'm going to put in a plug for my own website and company, the backgammonlearningcenter.com. Perry Gartner and I have, over the years, put together an amazing group of teachers. We just added a guy named Joe Russell. David Wells recently joined our group. Steve Sachs, Mochi. The list is on and on. Dirk, all teachers with our... And they're not just added because they're great players. They're using our teaching system, which has been developed over many, many years. And we've stolen the best out of all of the books and all of the experts and added a few things of our own that you won't find in any book. And it's the fastest and best way, if you can afford it. It's not cheap, but it's the best way to improve your game. And by the way, if you're a lower level player, we do have people who are teaching beginners and intermediates at a lower price. It's all online on Zoom, and the matches are recorded. So I highly recommend it. When I first got serious about this game, I realized I was lousy, and I tried to read books, and it didn't resonate for me. I immediately started taking lessons from Kit Woolsey, and then other great players, McGrill, Roberti, Perry Gartner was my mentor, and it took me to a reasonable level pretty quick. I was playing pretty much money games, and I was honestly making a lot of money because of the teaching. Then when I got into match play, it was a whole nother world, much more complicated. The other thing I'm going to put in a plug for is Extreme Gammon. You must have Extreme Gammon if you want to become a good player. www.extremegammon.com. There's a drop-down screen that says, how did you learn about it? Through the internet, from a friend, or from Phil Simborg. Check my name and I get rich. And I'll help you with a tutorial, 1-hour tutorial that will show you everything about it and save you about a year of trying to figure out all the features of Extreme Gammon. Okay, Chris, bring me up to date on your feelings about this match so far.
In a nutshell, they're both playing great. We've seen, a number of tough positions. We've seen them find small doubles, difficult to find plays. There's just been, just very, very high quality play. There was that one sloppy six by Chris I mentioned, a couple of really tiny stuff from Victor, but really these guys have both brought their A game today, and I know, if we're being honest, when Chris looks at the match yesterday, he made some mistakes he's not going to be happy with, but I think he's going to be super proud of
Yours is too quiet, he said. Thank you.
I think he's going to be super proud of how he's playing this one. So,
okay, so what happened, the big swing of the match was when Victor properly gave a recube, where he had real good gammon chances and could have won the match, and he was punished for it, just like the dice gods have in mind. Man man plans and God laughs, and that's what happened to Victor. But he got back at it. He made up for it, and now it's a tied match. So it's really exciting to be this close. What's our score?
Our score is 7-7,
four away. Now,
Okay.
here's what I tell all my students. Before every game, think about the match score and think about how that affects the game. The most important thing to remember at four away is if you turn that cube, a gammon wins you the match. So the gammon value is 1.0. It's much higher. Most of the time, the gammon value is 0.5. It's half as much. So at this score, if you have a smell of a gammon, you would turn the cube much faster than you would at other scores. And at this score, if you're given the cube and there's some real gammon risks, you would drop the cube faster than you would at other scores. Now, that affects...
On the other hand...
Yeah, go ahead.
If you give on the other hand, if you give the cube and your opponent turns it around, the recube leverage at this score, where they could double you in non-gammonish positions for the match, is huge for the trailer as well.
All right, Chris, that's very, very insightful, because the recube take point at four away is what?
33%.
Yes, you're right. 33, 25, 25, 33, 25.
If the
33,
person,
you're right.
if the original doubler faces a recube, they are faced with the choice of playing it for the match or playing two away, four away. And as we all know, two away, four away is 33%. And
Right.
so the original doubler has a very high, or relatively high, compared to cash games and most tournament scores, take point. And so it's really a double-edged sword here. If you have a gammonish position as the leader, you want to double to give yourself a chance to win the match. On the other hand, if you are in a position that has a lot of gammons, but you don't tend to win that much more than 50% of the time, you may want to wait, because your opponent will have, if your opponent has quick turnarounds where they can get themselves to winning almost 50% of the games, they can give it back to you quickly, which is why we often see undoubled back games at this score. If this emerges in a situation where one side gets a ton of checkers back and they have a deep back game, 1-2 or a 1-3 back game, it makes no sense for the defender of the back game to double, because then the person playing the back game will just take the cube and immediately re-whip it to 4, and then gammons don't count. And when you are defending a back game, you want gammons to count.
Okay, so what you just explained means this is complicated. This is not easy.
Yes.
There's nothing like this in a money game. There's nothing like this at most other scores. It's a very interesting and unusual score, and you need to set your mind and realize all these things before you even start. Okay, here we go. We're getting down to the nitty-gritty. And let's pretend that at the beginning of the match, Victor was a 55-40. I wouldn't be quite that high, but maybe a 55-45 favorite. Just a wild guess. Right now, he's probably 52.
Yeah.
It just, in a 3-point match, it's just not that big an edge to be better.
Yeah, and Chris is really on his A game today, and so
Yeah, he's playing 2.2. My goodness.
Yeah,
We are seeing incredible backgammon.
Yep.
You know why? They're doing this for me. Before the match, I told both of them, play well. I think they're only doing it because I asked them to play well. It's all about me.
All right, Victor misses, but he rolls a fine miss. Oh no, sorry, he didn't miss. He
Yeah.
hit there. And he'll probably continue with that checker. Okay, place this. XG like coming to the 15 a little bit better, but Victor's play is certainly reasonable.
Please hit that like button if you're watching on the stream, and the more likes we get, what that does for backgammon is people who search for backgammon are more likely to come to our videos, and I think that's going to grow the game. I think streaming grows the game as much as anything these days.
Any more sensitive? Oh, I just have to sit closer to it. Good. Okay. All right.
Not a pretty roll. That's about all you can do.
Nope.
Put the checker where it wants to be. You want to make the 4-point. You don't want to create more blots. Do you hit 2? Or
No,
you hit and cover?
I hit and cover.
Hit and cover is right.
It's not a very pretty play structure-wise,
Yeah.
but Victor can come in and hit a checker, or he can come in and cover his blot on the 4-point, but unless he rolls a double, he can't do both. And I think that's really the key to the position, is that those blots aren't particularly vulnerable, given that Victor has no board. So he rolls the 1-6.
Well, which one do you hit? It's close, but it's better to hit the checker on the 17 than the 18, I guess because of return shots and duplications.
Probably
Duplicates the 4.
Probably the duplication of
duplication of 5s, I mean. Yes, duplicates the 5s.
Probably the duplication of 5s.
These are tricky. I often have questions about which one to hit. But it's nice to have the choice, isn't it? And he hits the right one.
Yeah.
What a surprise. Victor made the right play. Nice roll. Makes 2 points.
Yep.
It's about an even game now.
What's he do with the 5?
Bring the 5 down because there's nothing else.
There's nothing else.
Forced by logic. That was forced by anything. 2-1. Making the 5-point non-stacking. Clearly right. Beginners are afraid to make that play. Give him a 6, but it's not as many 6s as you think because the combinations don't all work.
Not a good number for Victor. He's forced to stack again. And if Chris can make his bar here, Victor's going to have some awkward shakes next roll that might pull a second checker loose. What do you do here?
Doubles are always harder because you can have twice as many things you can do, so you really have to think a while.
24-16 twice here.
24-16 twice is not the right idea.
That's not the right idea. Okay. So play it once and make the deuce point.
I think I would. I'm pretty sure I would get this right because I would have waited for XG first to tell me what to do. Because this is a toughie. Very tough play. 24-16, 6-2. You make the 2 point, and you come out. No, this is not the right idea. Make the 2 point and come out is the right play. All right, he's made the 2 point. Now what else do you do? This is not bad. This is not bad. Reasonable play. Victor's got a very, very awkward position here. He needs something good. He needs to run. He needs a 5-3. 3-2 is not good. Well, he steps up and comes in. Yeah, he's stepping up. Is pretty safe here with the 3.
It's 3-3, isn't it?
Oh, 3-3. I missed that. I thought it was 3-2.
So there's different things he can do. He can make the 10 point, he can make the 3 point, he can make the bar point, or he can run with that checker. So there's lots of different possibilities here.
Well, he's up a lot in the race. Doesn't that tell you what his game plan is? It's the race. Get out of there. Oh, wow. Hitting on the 1. Wow. He's much better off making the 3 point than this play. But he's thinking if he does this, he's less likely to get hit.
Yeah.
Because a 6 still hits him, but the combinations don't hit him.
The thing is, the hit isn't deadly because certainly Victor doesn't want to be hit. But the hit isn't deadly because Chris is a long way from making his...
This is going to be a hard play for any human. This is not an easy play.
It's a long way for Chris to make his 4 point.
For those of you on the stream, watch the comments. We got Marty Storer making comments after almost every play, and they're very insightful. Marty's a brilliant, I'm proud to say, one of our teachers at the Backgammon Learning Center. But he's making a lot of comments about the plays throughout, and it's very interesting. I almost wish he was sitting here. Somebody taught Marty Storer how to type. Okay, this is a reasonable play. And a dance. Paid off to put him on the bar. Victor needed to come out there, though. This was not great that he stayed back. He has to race when that's his main game plan now.
If he rolls a number without a 6 or a 3 here, he's going to be very unhappy.
Yep.
Like this.
Well, at least...
This particular one's not too bad because he can bring 2 checkers in to work on the deuce and 4 point.
Gives him some flexibility.
Yeah.
Is it
Most of his non-3s and 6s there were bad.
Is it Roberti that used the term robust game? I think I read it in one of Roberti's books. His game is more robust now. He has more flexibility. The hit is not as big as these. 6-5 would be probably Victor's best roll.
Oh, sure. By a mile.
6-6 is okay. The question is, do you come out?
Well, he's gonna. Those three are the easy ones,
And
now
he
the
come
question
out.
is, do you make the deuce the
If
bar?
you don't get hit with a 6, you got the game won.
Nope.
If you don't get hit with a 6 or a 9, and you didn't, I said you had the game won. He's up 50 pips. Can he bring this home? Can he cube?
Well, if
Look at this play.
Chris
Look at
had
this
rolled
play.
if Chris had rolled something like a 4-1,
Huh?
he could come out and he could probably take the cube then. But this is
He might still be able to. The right play is to switch 6 to 4. Instead of breaking your board and having an ugly board. This would make me want to cube even more. That was not the right idea. You want to keep a good board. 6 to 4 would still be a pretty good board rather than leaving a blot and not even a take now. Hey, I got one right. I said if he didn't hit, it's a pass. Probably was a pass no matter how he played it. No, it wouldn't have been a pass no matter how he played it, or XG would have said -1 on every play. So maybe this play cost him the game. Oh, big pass. Huge error. Even if you get the shot and hit it, you've got a lousy board. And you might not get a shot, and you might not hit it. You're probably going to get a shot, but when you hit it, so what? Oh, there's a 9. Okay. Even if he hits the 2.
the thing is, if Chris Fan's here, he's in some serious gammon danger. Oh, but
he hits it.
It's a both.
Oh, my
Oh
God.
my God, that could very well be a match-winning shot.
Oh, Victor is being highly punished for the right play for the cube. What a swing. Unbelievable. If you're from England, you're happy now. I love the way these guys stick together from England and Germany. They no matter who's playing from Germany, they're all screaming and yelling for each other. Oh, big 3. It's really almost like a team event here. It's nothing like Monte Carlo. It's really exciting. People rooting for their countrymen all the time. And I have to admit, I've done the same thing I was rooting for Frigo or Victor.
Bring the 3 up there. There's no reason to leave that checker back exposed to attack. At this point, if Victor fans one more time, even if he doesn't, Chris just needs to dominate the outfield and wait for Victor to come to him.
Right play. Chris took a very bad cube here, and he's in the game. That's backgammon. Cocked.
That's it.
I kind of like the United States dice on checker rules. You don't have to watch this roll over and over again. Why not play the roll? I like it. I was against it at first. All right, that's big. And you do come out.
It's
You
huge
do
to
come out.
It's huge to come out because
Huge.
all that's going to happen by playing behind is Chris is going to put more checkers in Victor's outer board and have a larger welcoming committee. Unfriendly welcoming committee when Victor has to come off the anchor next roll.
I'll give you 3-1. Oh, I was about to give you 3-1. He makes the right play. He's
He's
gonna.
gonna find it. He's gonna find it.
Whew.
He's gonna find it.
Oh, 4s and 7s.
I mean, he can't benefit from waiting unless he rolls a large double next roll.
Yeah. Got to come out. Why? He's got a big race lead still.
Yeah.
When you're racing, you race.
Well, it's also Chris is just going to flood the checkers with more
Right.
outfield. Flood
Right.
the outfield more checkers rather.
He got an 8.
And here we go. He
Yeah.
missed. He missed, and now he has no safe plays.
Well, I guess he's got to leave him a shot.
What's he going to do?
You come out from the 5
come
and
out
you
with the 5
made
and
the
safety
3
to
to
3
save.
and now you're duplicating the 6s, so that's probably the best direct shot to leave. But this is a much better situation for
Yeah.
Victor. I don't.
And it is the right play. If Victor hadn't come out, this roll would be actually a wonderful roll for Chris. And so Victor turned it into a bad roll.
Yeah.
A 6 for Victor would be very, very big here.
Duplicating the 6s.
But he's going to hit if he rolls a 6.
Yes.
He's going to hit. He wants that 6. 17 numbers, except double 2s, 16 numbers.
And he got
there it
the
is. 5-1. What's he looking at? He's up in the race. He's thinking about just playing safe? No way.
No.
No way. That's clearly the right play. He'll find it. He's looking at the return shots.
And not just for the wins, the gammons.
Two, 3 does nothing. Splits the midpoint checkers.
And again,
or comes up.
He's got to come up.
Come up. You're right.
He can't get
He
pointed
can
on
get
back
pounded.
there.
He can get pounded down there. Victor wants
Now-
out and safe.
Yeah. Victor ideally gets 6-5, or rather 6-2, 6-3, 6-4, 5.
No, he wants 6-6. Come on, let's be honest.
Well, 6-6.
He
is
wants
his best number.
6-6.
Yeah.
Okay,
His
safety.
one word is good because now he can't bring the straggler into the
So
outfield.
Victor's back to being a pretty good favorite again.
Yeah.
So terrible things happen to Victor, and he's still a big favorite. That's how bad a take it was.
This is a huge shot for Chris because now he's flooding the outfield.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty hard for Victor to get around.
Yeah.
He's going to need some big doubles or. But again, Chris broke his board, made the ace point, so that even when he gets the shots, it's not that good. This is simple. Chris would like to make a blocking point, and he
God,
does.
what a shot.
Oh, wow. Monster
That
shot.
is a super joker.
All of a sudden, he's a favorite.
A top one.
I
super
told you this
joker.
was a take, didn't I? I told you should take that cube. Who cares what XG says?
I'm pretty confident that number was in the top one.
Wow. Okay, you said the
Wow.
recube take point is 33%.
Well, Victor
Victor's
has
got 32.
2%, and it's a redouble pass.
It's only a pass by 1%, and it's a blunder to take. Go figure that, huh?
Well, the redouble's the easy part. Let's see if Victor can find the
But he's got 32%. The take point is 33%, and it's a blunder to take. I don't understand this. It should be a small pass if you're off by 1%. I don't blame him for taking. I know what XG says, but he's 1% off from the take. Okay, this is the whole match. This is the whole match. How many people would know it's 32%? You might have guessed 34%. I don't blame Victor at all for this, or anybody. And with that take, Victor's still playing at 2.38. Come on. This is not human.
Well, you're bringing both the back checkers out of his board. This is your chance to get both the back checkers out of his board and not worry about Victor entering with a 4-2 or a 4-3.
There's one more reason to take. Who's going to make mistakes here? The XG assumes everybody's going to play perfectly. Victor has a very, very easy position to play. He either comes in and runs or he doesn't. The tough plays are all going to be Chris's from now on.
Yeah.
So based on that alone, I guarantee he had more than 33%. I would bet you money that the PR differences on who's playing from each side is going to make the difference. Not such a bad take.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I'm surprised Chris hasn't immediately taken the two checkers out because to me it's pretty clear here that you want to bring both those guys out, and if you could do it at the same time without leaving Victor a 4-2 or 4-3 off the bar, that's ideal. So I would have taken those two out and then looked for my other two. But
and you're right. You do need to get those two out.
And you want to do it at the same time.
Yep.
But so far he's on track to make the right play.
Well, there's no right play that I can see besides taking the two out. Okay.
Well, he just gave 4-4 and 4-6.
Double 4, double 6 are the dream rolls for Victor. He won one match earlier with a double on the last roll.
If he had brought the 4 into the 6 point, he wouldn't have given any immediate chokers.
Yeah, but he'd have less outfield control. It's a trade-off.
Yeah.
You can't be afraid of ghosts. 5-3. You do not make the bar point. That's almost impotent here. Lots of people would make that and say, oh, the bar point's a wonderful point. Not in this position.
I think I'd play 16-11, 13-10.
Yeah, making the bar point's not on the list.
Which is up there, I guess.
Yep.
And now 13-10. This is what I would do.
Yeah. Now you can't get hit except with double fours.
Only double fours, yeah.
Only double fours. And
you've now got, if Victor comes in with a loose 4,
you're
4-1, 4-2,
yeah.
4-3, you could hit him because the race is still close enough that Victor, or rather Chris, can't let Victor move freely.
Yeah, the 10 point was the key point to make. Again, I'm not making the bar point. I see beginners make the bar point all the time in these things. Oh, no. I just got through giving that lecture.
It's only wrong by a little bit.
No, it's, 3.8. But you're only stopping 4-3, and those aren't the best places to shoot from. It's the wrong idea.
But the 3 is another number you can use to pick and pass if Victor comes in. 6s and 3s are a very potent combination.
All right, it wasn't a terrible play, but it was wrong. Victor's chances are slipping away. He was so close to being the undefeated champion with Frank. This is
just
very
move this-
heartbreaking for Victor.
That's a nice play.
Yeah, he's got a lot more builders now.
That makes that redeploys those guys efficiently, and it also puts them where you want them to be for the race. Okay, Chris is still up only 9 pips, so Victor would have some racing equity if he came in. I think he's just going to give him the double fours.
Clearly right.
Yeah.
Because anything but double fours, that's a great builder. Double fours would be the monster roll here. Victor's wondering why he's not getting a 4. 15 rolls make the point.
That's a huge number. Doesn't make the point, but Chris is going to come home. He'll take that off, and he's got a safe structure with eight checkers above the gap.
Yeah.
7 structures.
You don't take the checker off the 6 because you want to get a checker off, and you don't want any rolls that leave shots.
Yeah.
Finally gets the 4. Finally gets the 4 when it's nowhere near as big as it was before.
Yeah.
4-3. He's debating. He's down 36 pips in the race. You don't race.
There's nothing to debate here.
You got to pray for the shot. Do you pick and pass? It's right. It's right to pick and pass. There's no gammons that you care about, but it's still right to pick and pass. This play was not bad, though. It was very close.
I guess Chris was thinking that if he rolls a couple small numbers here, Victor may run out of time before he has to create any blot, leaving numbers on top. Great shot for Chris. Take 2 guys off. And now Victor rolls a big number here. Like this, the worst, one of the worst. Now he's got to kill his board before Chris is even vulnerable, leaving a shot.
No, he's decided to race.
And so now he has to go back to racing. But
Racing when you're down 31 pips?
yeah.
Less 11? Pretty hopeless, but
Yeah.
he thinks it's his best chance, and it was. It was right.
Wouldn't surprise you if the rollout showed that Chris's play was right a few rolls ago, not to hit the checker on the 4-point
Uh-huh.
for this reason.
Well, barring a miracle, we're going to see Chris advance. He's fought very hard in this tournament. He's shown me a lot. All of the Brits have shown me a lot. There's a lot of Brits that are really coming up. It's, we always talked about the Danish and the U.S. and lately the Japanese. The French and the Brits are really showing me a lot here.
Yeah.
And the Germans. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Forgot what a great group they have, too.
Yeah, typically excellent.
And Sweden has shown me, Johan and Thomas Tenlin. There are a lot of countries that are vying for top spots. Then I go to
of course, Dagfinn from Norway.
Yeah, the Dagfinn from Norway. And Norway won the team championship when I was in Trier.
John Roycett's from Norway too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a strong player.
Norway's got a great group. Something about cold weather. I guess they can't go outside, so you may as well play
They
backgammon.
stay inside, play backgammon.
That's right. Exciting match. Very exciting match. We had 2 4 cubes.
That's gonna just about do it.
It's gin.
Not
4 and
quite.
4, not quite.
Boxes and a big double.
Boxes.
That's gin.
That's gin. That's the game. Great match. Thank you, gentlemen. 2.26 PR for Victor. 3.65 for Chris. Stay tuned. We'll have our next stream, I believe, and I'll check with this to be sure, at 10 p.m. Monte Carlo time will be the round of 4. If there's a match sooner, I'll post it. Great match. Chris, it's always a pleasure working with you. Your insights were terrific. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you for having me, and I think we got what we came for. We saw
Yeah.
a very well-played, tough competitive
Very well
match.
played.
Victor,
Very well played.
Victor playing at his normal standards, and Chris shaking off a little bit of rust from last night, and
Victor, you
having
played
only
at
a few moments,
2.3. Nothing
only
to
a
be
few
embarrassed
moments, only a few
you can do.
indiscretions. So, great match.
Yep. Victor's one of my real heroes in this game. Okay.
And you're
Oh,
on.
I need a partner. Wait a minute. Give me a second. 1 second. Chris, come on over.
So coming up next will be the
Have a seat.
semifinal.
Thank you.
I want to congratulate you on a very, very well played match.
Cheers, Phil.
You've been
I don't
playing
know
great.
about that.
Oh no, you played very well.
Oh, really?
It was a great tournament the whole time for you. What are your thoughts now?
Yeah, just elated to have made it after yesterday. I think I was 99.3% against Vic at one stage, and I managed to engineer a loss from that. So I'm quite happy to get my revenge. But
So there's no way you're not going to be the world champion now, right?
oh, of course, yeah,
You
it goes
got it.
without
It's a
saying.
lock. It's a lock. So
Yeah, yeah.
who in Great Britain has helped your game? Who are your mentors and friends that have helped you achieve this success?
To be honest, there's so many that
There's so many.
yeah,
A lot.
It's
Okay.
impossible to list them
Well,
all.
Joe Russell says he takes complete credit for
Oh,
the
yeah,
for
on
the
the-
online chouette.
On the American side, Joe Russell's
He's the guy.
He's the main
He's the guy
man.
that helped.
Yeah, yeah,
he's helped
that's
my
for
game a
sure.
lot too.
Yeah, yeah.
Well,
sure.
good luck going forward. You got more matches coming up soon.
Yeah, I've got one at 5 o'clock, so in just over an hour.
It's 5 o'clock, 1 hour, right?
Yeah.
So why am I still alive if we're not having another hour so I can interview Chris? Okay, there's another match at 5 o'clock, 1 hour from now. Another match, and there'll be another 2 matches at that time in both streams, and then another one later tonight at 10, and then we have the finals tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Chris, good luck.
Cheers, Phil.
Look forward
Thanks,
to
mate. Take care.
You're a gentleman over the board and away from the board. Love to see you winning.
Cheers, mate. Take it easy.
Bye-bye, everybody. We'll be back in 1 hour.
guys. Me and Tara just figured we might as well kill some time here by showing a cool position that I saw yesterday. This was from Michi's match. There was Michi who showed me this position. I had told Michi that I'd been working on a book called The Golden Point Dilemma, which is basically 150 positions where you have the dilemma between making the 20 point or the 5 point. And then he got this position here, where it's not just a dilemma, it's more like a trilemma or even a quadruple lemma or whatever it's called. You have a 5-3 from the bar. It's early in the game, and you've got basically 4 different options here. Notice the score. We are trailing 7 away, 2 away. And I think that's one of the key factors here, because first when I just looked at the board, I didn't notice the score. I was very tempted by making this play. Because there are several, in this dilemma, 20 point or 20 point or 5 point, one of the most important things when you make an anchor is if you can freeze up a lot of your enemy's checkers, that's typically a very good thing to do. So I spotted that immediately, and I was attracted to this move because you freeze up all of the utility of all of these checkers over here. They can't really do much now. So that's obviously a good thing. Then I noticed the score, and I'm like, you know what? We don't need to make such a defensive play when we're down 7 away, 2 away. We need to make something offensive. So let's go back here. So what else do we have? Okay, we have coming in here and making the 5 point. That's more offensive. It looks a little bit risky, you know. He has his checkers in place for a blitz attack here. But at least you get to make the 5 point. That's pretty solid. You know, it's going to help us in many rolls to come. Another thing that I know now from studying all those positions for my upcoming book is that distribution in your front position really matters. And this distribution that I have here without a stack on the 6 point, and I have the 5 point made, this is a quite nice distribution over here. There's nothing awkward about it. It's like if I had, let's say something like this, this would not be as good because now I have a stack to deal with. So when you can make beautiful distributions like this, that's typically pretty important. Another important variable here is the pip count. We're down 25 pips in the race. That's a lot. And here we have 2 conflicting ideas, because you have the idea of, well, when you have 3 men back, you need to make an advanced anchor as fast as possible. Right? That's a very important idea when you have 3 men back. But at the same time, when you're down 25 pips or what is it, 17 pips after the move, it's also very important to build a prime. Play pure and build a prime. So that's kind of like points towards this play. So it's not really clear here strategically either way. Both moves make sense. I mean, what doesn't make sense is to go for a blitz attack and play impure, because we're down in the race, we've got too many men back, we have too little ammunition for that kind of thing. And then of course you have the hitting plays. You can either hit out here, come in with a 3 and hit here, or you can come in with a 5 and hit here. And of those two, I think it's not that difficult to see that hitting on the 18 point clearly dominates, because you take one of his front checkers and send it all the way back. You know, that's a builder right there, you know, so let's get rid of that one. So that's the best hitting play. And this play also made a lot of sense to me. I wasn't sure at all here. So I think now we've kind of narrowed down the field. I think we like the offensive plays more than the defensive play. Here's the defensive play. At the score, not so important. So I think I've narrowed it down at this point to either making the 5 point like this, or to hit like this. And I really couldn't figure out which play was better. It was quite difficult for me. Michi couldn't really figure it out either. But we were standing there over the board, like looking at it, throwing out some ideas. Why was the best move the way it was? Because we knew the result at this point. I'm gonna wait to give you the result, because Michi, he then gave a very good argument. He came up with a very good idea here that it's been a while since I've seen this idea. That's why I wanted to show this position. If you make the 5 point here, so this one, if you come in with a 5 and you make the 5 point, now it's your opponent's turn. He's in a pretty good position to do something here. But the roll after that, you will also be in a good position here with black to do something. Let's say, for instance, he rolled a great roll like a 3-1. That's kind of like what we were scared of, right? So he rolls 3-1, and he makes the 5 point. Look how many return shots we've got from the bar here. We just need to come in, then a 5 and a 6 hits on the bar here, and a 3 hits here. So it's almost like a triple shot. Not quite, because we have to get in. You know, we can't move a 5 or 6 coming in here, but it's like a bunch of return shots. We kind of got the first step in the development. So now it's our turn, and we can then hit him and kind of like regain the advantage here. I think that's a very powerful argument. Let's see if we hit how the same thing is going to play out. Now we hit. Oh, oops, we don't have the 5 point. Okay, we hit. Obviously, that's a good thing. We gain like, what is it, 23 pips in the race from the hit, because we're hitting from the 23 point. That's a little hack, you know. You hit from the 23 point, you gain 23 pips, because you move 5 and he loses 18. That's obviously great. He loses a front checker from 9 in the zone to 8 in the zone. The race is now very close, but he's got a bunch of return shots here. So he's probably going to hit this guy, or he's going to hit over there. It's still an open battle, but we had a small disadvantage here if he hits us, because then we will have more men back. We'll be back in the behind in the race. So most of the sequences here, we're going to end up being behind a little bit. Yes, we could get lucky, and he rolls like a, I don't know. I mean, even a 2-1 or 1-6 or something, it still hits here, right? So we might get hit. He rolls a 2-1, he hits us here. We're a little bit behind after this move. Of course, it's good to hit and send him back, but let's go back and look at the other play again. If we make this play, here it actually seems like we're gonna get the upper hand. He's on roll, and this is the idea actually. By this, this is why this is the best play. The secret is to not look 1 step ahead; it's to look 2 steps ahead, and that's, I think, what's cool about this position. I don't remember when I did this the last time. Most of the time we hit 1 step ahead. We think 1 step ahead, but here we have to think 2 steps ahead. We have to think 2 steps ahead. Then the move is maybe not that difficult to find, you know. Just visualize how white will play his rolls, and then see how well black is positioned here to play his rolls. Right? So, pretty cool position. For money, I don't know the result for money. I think this is still the best move, probably. But maybe making the 20 point is also quite good for money. So yeah, so let me know in the chat section what you think. I'm gonna take out my phone here, and I'll see if I can see some of your chat messages. Let me just see here. Live. Okay, I'm on the phone. Oh, it doesn't have much of a delay. Let's see, anybody, let's see what you guys think. Okay, we got some questions as well. Who's gonna play at 5? Do we know that, Tara? Who plays at 5?
On screen 1, they actually are showing it on the screen. Chris Rogers versus Kengo Nakasuka.
Okay.
With commentary featuring Mochi
Oh, cool.
and Phil Silborg.
Wow,
And-
Mochi is doing commentary.
Right, so this is the second chance semifinals.
Second chance semifinals, yeah.
And on stream 2, we will have Mario Kuhl from Germany playing the lovely Martha. I'm not sure I can pronounce her name, from Norway.
Cool.
Martha Jelseth.
Okay. Cool. So those matches will be up at 5. We've got Hussein Pagnahat in the chat. It's too complicated to argue that play. Yeah, it is a little bit complicated. Like, how often is it that you have to look 2 moves ahead to find the best play? But I think Michi nailed it here. You know, that's the idea. You gotta look 2 moves ahead, and then you realize that this is a strong position for black. So I think I'm gonna include this position in my book. Maybe put it as position number 150. I think it was pretty good. I hope you liked it, guys. Killing time a little bit here. We've got 26 minutes to go for the next round, so I will leave you to it. Take care. Thanks, Sarah.
have exits.
The guy in the yellow shirt is the tournament director.
Well, I don't know. So he has the yellow shirt.
Yeah, that guy.
Anyway, at some point, say you don't have to say it was right to say you thought it was very reasonable. That's the word I would use. That way you're not admitting they're right or wrong.
They could have voted against.
They could have easily given him the match. You're playing responsible moves. You notice it, you let it go. So they could have easily ruled against him. Well, you made a mistake, and thank God it didn't kill you.
I think he cheated. I don't. Just
Yeah. I've been a tournament director. You can't accuse people of cheating. Yes. We're ready? Okay. I'm live in Monte Carlo. I'm all excited. We're having a ball here in Monte Carlo, and we're down to the final four of the second chance, and we've got two great matches going. On stream 2, Mario Kuhl from Germany, who's been playing unbelievable, who won not the Super Jackpot, what's it called? The High Roller event. And he's playing Martha, and I'm not about to say Gjelsteth, a very fine female player from Norway. And she's gotten farther in this tournament than any lady since Akiko. Akiko's about the only one in recent years that has ever gone this far. By the way, the people who have reached this level have already made $8,000, 8,000 euros, and they'll make $15,000 just win this match. And then, of course, there's a lot more if you get to the finals. So at 2200 Monte Carlo time, we will have the final two in the undefeated who will try to beat Frank Frigo in a single match in the finals tomorrow at 3 o'clock. So what we have here is an incredible story. We have a young man from Japanese, Kengo, and he's playing Chris Rogers, who you've seen a bunch. You've seen him a bunch because he keeps winning. He beat Victor Ashkenazi in a very, very tough, close match in the last match. And the double match point, it was three away with it was very, very exciting. Very, very well played by both. Victor did outplay him, but that's to be expected. Victor outplays almost everybody. In this match, we have a great story to tell about the young man from Japan. And I'm going to wait until my co-commentator shows up to tell the story because he can tell it better than I can because he was there. Mochi is going to join me in the commentary. So I've got Mochi and XG. How much do you think I'm going to talk? Very little. I'll tell you what, I might fill in the blank a little bit, but I'm going to leave it to two of the, I'm not sure which one's better, Mochi or XG. There is a little debate by a lot of people. In fact, if it's really close, I would bet on Mochi over XG in most cases. I've seen many times where we put it in plus, Mochi says roll it out, and he's right. Okay, getting very, very exciting. We're getting down to the short strokes here. There's a lot of money. There's a lot of prestige. This is the World Championships. Very, very exciting. We'll have a nice long dinner break after this. I'll probably take a nap at the pool. Okay, I'm being joined by my good buddy and mentor and number one player in the world, Mochi.
Hi, everyone.
Tell me how this young man from Japan got here.
Kengo-san, Kengo Nakasuka-san. So we had a tournament called Monaco Challenge Tournament, sponsored by Kenji Shimodaira and Hiroshi Tanaka. So they basically donated like 5,000 euros to the tournament. So all the players pay like very small entry fee, something like 7 euros to enter. And you basically need to win like 256 players field, and he won it.
Wow.
So he got like everything paid, the entry fee is free, airfare is free, hotel is free.
And he has a chance to win the championship.
Of course.
That would be one of the greatest stories of Monte Carlo ever. Paid
Right.
7 euros to get here. Wow.
Yeah.
Tell me about his game.
He is a grandmaster, so obviously he's a very decent player. I think he's like a GM3. He plays like 3.8 or something. You can check on the BMAB list. And I and him in the same club, so I meet him like twice a month or so. Very nice guy.
How old is he?
He's 32 years old.
33?
32.
32. But this is his first major international tournament ever, isn't it?
No, he's first international tournament.
First international
including major, minor, doesn't matter. It's just first tournament for him. I mean, he plays many tournaments in Japan, but internationally it's the first time, and he hasn't won any Japanese title yet. So wouldn't it be nice to win the World Championship as a first title?
That would be nice. That would be nice. It'd be a great story. Okay. I'm going to leave XG and Mochi to do most of the analysis here. I'm just going to chime in if I see something interesting or have a question. And we do have the chat here that will watch.
Oh, that's great.
James Painter, glad Phil is back. Thank you, James. I was sick. I had food poisoning. Don't eat steak tartare unless you're sure where you're getting it. I was out for almost 2 days back and forth, but I'm great now and appreciate your comments. Okay, now we have ended any confusion in the streaming matches. We do play legal moves, and the transcriber will stop them and point out if they made an illegal move if the players don't catch it. There was a little confusion about that earlier, and it's now all cleared up now. Here we go. On the bottom of your screen is Kengo and Chris Rogers at the top. We saw how cool Chris Rogers was in his last match against Victor. Made some very good decisions at the very end that were critical.
Yeah, that was very exciting. So far, we have lots of exciting matches going on last few days. Oh my God,
we've had some amazing swings, amazing rolls, and we have nothing but really great players. I mean, sometimes I have to be careful with my words. We have some bad players. I have to say, "Ooh, that was a creative move," or "That was different." I don't have to say those kinds of things with these players. They're all great moves, and even their bad moves are understandable and reasonable.
By the way, this 4-3 is already very interesting move. You could make 21 or you could make 10. My preference goes to the 21, actually. And that's wrong. Well, actually, it's very close.
It's not wrong when it's .001.
Right.
It's very, very close.
It's high. But my preference is 21 because, then my defense is done.
Look at hitting. It's .008. That's also reasonable.
Yeah, it's due to the 5. That's also
This is reasonable. This is very reasonable. It's an action play.
Yeah. It complex the game for sure. Oh, 2-6 is very bad. Yeah, any 6 is from the bar.
Well, you got to come out to the 18, don't you? Almost automatically?
Yep. So I had a talk with my friend, and I said that the winning Monte Carlo is completely different than any other tournament because the World Championship is like a different animal. You have a big prize money, you have a title, you have a, so player gets nervous and as the round goes by.
You told him this right before the match? What a nice guy you are. You want to put more pressure on him?
No. I didn't talk with Kengo,
Your friend. Okay. I thought you were telling Kengo.
No, what happened is, they can, people can play normally in last 64, last 32, then if comes down last 8, then start realizing it, oh my God, I might win World Championship. I might win 50,000. I might win this and that,
And what I tell my students is forget what you're playing for, forget everything except trying to make the best move every time. That's the only way to play well. Don't let that all get to you.
That's easy to say.
It's easy to say, but I've never seen anybody cooler over the board than you.
Well, one of the solutions I have is I don't watch the prize distribution. So I don't know how much I'm going to win anyway,
Well, that's because you're so wealthy, the money doesn't matter.
Well, it doesn't help me. Okay, meanwhile...
so you have no idea how much you're going to win when you win a tournament?
Well, I have some idea, but I try to avoid it.
You knew before you came to figure out if you were going to go.
What's going on? He just like 5 6s? Oh, okay.
It was right.
Came out. Okay, yeah,
Bar
that's
14
right.
is right to come out.
It's increase is basically one roll away to double. I mean, one good roll away. And this is a pretty bad number. He missed triple shot. Wow. I'm gonna make a 5. Yeah. Duplicating
Clearly
a 4.
Right. The 5 point is the 5 point.
So double 5. It's probably a very good number. 1. Oh, this is interesting. You can play safe or you can make a 3 point.
Making the 3 point is terrible.
Yeah, I like way of his thinking. He moved to 5, which is fourth, then think about the last. So
And
either
the
going
last
to
one is to play it safe.
okay, is that
If
the
you're
best
way
way?
up in the race, you play it safe.
I see, and he has a stronger board.
Yes. So when you're up in the race, race.
Right, he's gonna be up 37 pips after the roll. And plus, there's no duplication with deuce. Deuce and 9, 6, 3, for example.
No, that's the wrong idea. The wrong concept for your game plan.
So that's a first mistake by him. 6, 3, he got
He-
punished.
He gets
I
hit.
guess.
Doesn't he see it? Of course he sees it. I don't miss those plays because I say 9 before the roll to make sure I don't miss it. This is
Is
very
it double
good.
ace?
Yes, make
Wow.
the 5 and step up. Very good roll. That was a very, very good roll.
Unless Chris rolls something exceptional, it's gonna be a double.
I think he has to hit, doesn't he? His only hope.
I would hit and make 11. And I'm
Make
gonna.
the 11? I like the builder.
I don't want to leave 2 blots. I'm gonna double
Oh.
here.
I didn't see the XG eval. I would have made his play. I'd like the cover.
So 14 numbers to hit. Am I correct? Or maybe more.
No, I think 14 is
16.
right.
16.
Oh, yeah, because you can hit the outside checker with a 3-6.
Right. So Kengo should double with 16 numbers, a lot of gammons, an easy take because he can dance or he can miss. Then it's practically even game.
A lot of people would miss this double. It's hard to double from the bar.
Yeah, this is a very good sign that Kengo is playing his game.
Good.
He's not nervous
Good
yet.
play, good take, good double.
Hopefully he never be. 6-1, he should just come out.
Going to the 7 isn't too bad.
Oh yeah?
0.016.
Okay.
Coming out seems natural, though. That's the natural flow in these positions.
Yeah, don't you think those 6 are very difficult always? You
Yes.
know, like
Yes.
I always struggle to find the best 6 in whether coming up to the 18 or 7. I have
Usually
no-
the 18 takes precedence most of the time.
Yeah, but when you're way down in the race, usually come down is the best play.
Well, the race is close.
Yeah,
That's
let's
why it's
close.
close.
So I would just come up. That's the only rule I have. Mostly, yeah, it works most of the time, but it's not always. Okay, that's not a big mistake. Now he has what? 6 and 4 and 5. I guess the problem with his play is now he duped his own 6.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure I know how he's going to play it. Depends on what he rolls. Ooh,
Now you
that's
know.
interesting. No, I don't know. Now I don't know. You're right. 24 numbers cover the bar point, but if you have to break the midpoint to do it and leave a blot, that could hurt too. This is very interesting. 9-4 is correct.
Yeah, Extreme Gammon suggests that slotting the 7 is also a very good play. This is normal.
There's your 6 and 1.
6 and 1.
Is he out and cover?
Yeah.
It's that does two good things. You need to get out and you need to cover.
Mm-hmm.
So the word "and" is a big word in backgammon. If you can do two things and say you can come out and cover, that's a clue. It's still very scary. Oh, very poor. He did not hit. He wanted to hit there badly. He might shift. It's right to shift by a lot.
Yeah, I think he should shift.
Yeah, he sees it.
And while he's on the bar, he can hit another guy and gain time to roll ace and 6 and 6.
I always tell
Which
my
is-
students that the two plays that intermediates miss a lot are the shifting play and the trap plays. No, coming right in is great. 6-5, he cleans up the blot, or do you make the point? Prime. Make the prime.
Makes a blind.
Now nothing can go wrong, go wrong, go wrong.
So basically, he locked up the game. The question here is that whether he can win gammon. Winning 4-0 in 11-point match is huge.
Anytime you win 4 points in an 11-point match, it's huge.
Well,
It's a big swing.
yeah, 11-point match, yes.
And we saw 2 4-cubes in the last match with Chris and Victor. 2 4-point wins.
Chris played really well in the last match. He
Yes.
played like 3.7 or something.
Yeah, he played well, but Victor played 2.3 or something like that. Here's what I didn't understand. The very last take of Victor's was a blunder. He needed 33% to take, and he had 32%. How can any human know that you have 32 or 33 or 34% in a position coming in from the bar? I don't know why that's called a blunder.
I saw the Victor took mainly because he had no time left. He had like 33 seconds. It's impossible to play a game with 33 seconds, you know, 2-away, 4-away. Very
Yeah.
complicated.
I know another guy that lets his time down on the clock a lot. He's sitting right next to me.
That's true.
People in the chat are very excited to hear Mochi doing the commentary. I'm excited too. The number 1 player in the world, one of the greatest players of all time, and we get to hear what he's thinking.
So Kengo wants to dance as long as possible, so that Chris gonna break his board even more. And eventually, it's possible that Kengo makes a trap play, like breaking a 7-point on purpose.
I think you wait till it's worse than a 4-point board, though.
No, not gonna do it on a 4-point board, or even 3-point board is probably a break.
The classic trap play is when there's a 2-point board and a blot,
Right.
or a 2-point board. That's when you always think about trapping, or often think about trapping. By trapping, we mean you break your prime and force your opponent to come out with a 5 or 6 so that he splits those checkers. Because right now, with those 2 checkers together, he's not going to win a lot of gammons. But if he splits them, forces them to split, puts them up on the bar, you can get 40% gammons.
Phil, how many gammon does white win? Does black win from here?
From here,
Yeah.
as soon as I see XG, I'll tell you. I may be dumb, but I'm sure not intelligent. I don't know. Usually it's 8% is my reference position. That's my reference on the 2-point. 8% gammons.
No, what I meant was with a trap play. Like if Kengo just, coming in with a trap play, I would say, yeah, probably less than 8%. 2-point game is very strong to save the gammon. I think I'm gonna go to the ace point probably. Yeah, but that's also fine.
It's all reasonable. You want to bring your checkers into the high points. That's the key.
Five, 2.
You come to the 7-point. You always keep in mind your double 5s and double 6s, how they play. I like the 7-point. It's a very comfortable place to be. One more crack by Chris, and we may see a trap play. Need to get one more blot loosened up.
Oh, look at this.
This is very bad.
Very bad lumber.
Did I mention you got to worry about how your double 5s and 6s play?
It's not legal. It's
It
not
plays.
legal. You gotta go to 7-point and you gotta break the 8-point.
Right.
It's pretty ugly.
Now the gammons have gone down.
What about double 6s?
You're going to hit loose with just about anything. You can. You just don't want that checker to run. And you've got so
Exactly.
much better boards, you just can't let that checker live.
And plus, if you get hit, you may pick up another checker here. 3,
Okay.
4. Okay.
For some reason, we're not seeing the XG eval on the checker plays. I wonder why.
Well, the thing is that the new transcriber is not experienced enough, I
Yeah.
guess.
So we have to rely on somebody as dumb as me and as smart as Mochi to tell us what's right. Oh, big roll. That's huge.
Wow.
Gammon just shot way up. If he can close the board, it's 40%. He's going to hit loose with a 2 or a 6. There it is. Hits. That was a huge swing to come in and make that hit. Very big roll for Kengo. Does Kengo live in Tokyo?
Yeah, he lives in Tokyo.
Does he have a job?
Yes, he does.
So
I didn't like his 6-2 though. I would clear the 7 point. Yeah, this is the result. You
Yeah,
don't wanna
you-
have this.
you don't want those checkers down low. And you got several rolls that leave shots now. Double 6, double 5, 6-5.
I think he didn't see
6-4.
it. Generally, he's a very good player and won't miss a play like that.
Yeah, that was
This is
good.
5-1.
You got to clear the 5.
Yeah, clear the 5. He must be very aggressive because 2 on the bar is not guaranteed gammon. And even if you get hit, he has only 3-point ball. So the likelihood of you lose from here is very, very low anyway.
Peel, baby. I
Wow.
would take 2 checkers off.
And 4-3?
Yep.
I'm not sure, actually.
6-5 might be right. Hey, we got the evaluation. Finally got one that showed I was right.
Looks
You
like
do
it.
peel. It's more gammons. Now you do take a risk. You could roll a 6-1 or 5-1, but then you'd have to get hit and lose from there to make it wrong. So I like the peeling. I like going for the throat. My dear friend Kenny Bond said if he's barely breathing, step on his air hose.
Now his gammon is like over 60%, I'm sure. Is it 2-1?
Yeah. 2-1.
Ah.
Look at the XG screen. You can see the numbers better.
Uh-huh. Oh, yeah.
That's a good play. Nothing leaves a shot. I would have peeled because I'm greedy.
Looks like it was a huge blunder, that 2-1 that he didn't peel because of the gammon.
Yeah, the risk of leaving a shot, getting hit, and losing is not that high. Of course, if you leave a shot and you get hit, you also cost you your gammons. Kengo's playing awfully fast. If I were his coach, I'd tell him to slow down. On a couple of tough plays, he was pretty fast. I personally play half fast.
Yeah. Well, he could stop and think about it.
Yeah.
But the thing is, when he rolls bad numbers, sometimes he, play even faster.
Yeah.
Maybe he's upset, I don't know, but it's very common for many amateur players.
Yeah.
But he can avoid that.
Wait a minute. At the level he's playing, I don't call him an amateur player.
No. I know. I know.
Not for him. He's a grandmaster. That's where you leave the amateur area, in my opinion. All right, they're taking a break, but they got to change that scoreboard to 2-0.
Taking a break after the game?
Yeah, that's unusual, but sometimes people have to go to the bathroom. Okay, Mochi, where are you going from here? What's your next tournament?
I'm going to Dubai.
I'm going to go to Dubai. That's great. It'll be fun.
Yeah.
And you usually come to New York, don't you, for the New York tournament in January?
Yeah, I often go to New York tournament.
Great.
Like every year.
Okay, every year. Come a little early. We got some good chouettes coming up. And Mochi, you don't mind playing for money once in a while as well as match play, do you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Then you're going to, what else? What's coming up in Japan? Any major tournaments coming there?
No, the next Japan Open will be May next year.
May of next year.
So it's not a big tournament.
I've had the
This
pleasure
year.
of going to the Japan Open. Aside from the fact that it's a great tournament and a great city, the people are just so lovely, and everybody is so nice. I went there with my son, and we were supposed to stay in Tokyo for a week. We stayed for 2 weeks. We just couldn't leave. We just enjoyed it so much just being there, and it was mostly the people and the friendship and the warmth. It was the first time I went there. A guy named Mochi came to the train station and picked me up. He could have just given me directions, but it's confusing. And he actually came there and took me all the way into my bed and breakfast. And I do want to thank you for that.
Oh,
I would have been totally lost.
I don't even remember. But
Oh yeah, that was 7 years ago. It was for my 70th birthday. It's 8 years ago. And that's the first time I came, and you didn't want me to get lost, so you came all the way. It was not a short trip to the airport. to make sure we were treated right. And that was the way we were treated the entire time we were there. Just, I urge everybody to go to Japan.
I gotta bring in my water.
Okay. Take a little break. Get your water. I want to make sure they change the score.
Can we reach you?
Okay, I got a little time to look at the chat, and I'm watching it. Anybody who wants to make some questions or comments, love to have it. GAB, who is the best BG player? Come on. Mochi's number one. There's been a little argument that Sander might be pushing him. He's the number 2 giant. But that's, if you know backgammon, there's no question about it. Okay, here we go. They corrected the scoreboard.
I don't like it. Oh, starting 5 is great. Okay, I would have split 6 out and 2 down. Wow, this is a monster roll. I would make 5 and 3.
Hello, Alex.
And it could be double. Already like 3-2. I think he has to break 8 point to make a 5.
Is there a cube coming up?
Yes, its cube is coming up. Oh wow, look at that. 8-5-6-4. Leaving an 8 shot. But slotting in the 4 point. That's a nice play.
It's not a play. I'm not sure I would have found it.
And breaking the 8 is a blunder. Am I correct? 98?
Yes, it's a blunder.
Wow. It's blunder because cube is coming.
Well, obviously it's a take or
Wow,
or
great
win-
play by Chris.
Great play. He found it.
Well,
He found the right
take
play.
your time. I think it was a double actually.
Yeah, he should have at least thought about it a little bit.
Mm-hmm. And he might have lowered market losers.
Yeah. Well, hitting is automatic. I think you got to hit with 2 because you can't leave them split.
And switching 10-11, 11-10. So that's a 6 pips away from the 4 point.
Yep. Pretty clear. You got it. But why didn't he stop and think about the cube?
Yeah, that wasn't a good idea. 4-5. I think it's a pass regardless.
It might have been a take last time, though.
It's a take? Wow.
It's a take if you come out and a pass if you don't.
Really?
Wow.
Wow, I wouldn't find a take here. Like, you're down 20 pips.
Okay, he doubles. And it's probably very small. We'll see the eval. I would pass this.
I would drop this.
Got a double shot. Back, stuck on the ace point. He did pass it. Okay. I didn't see the extra eval. It said take by 8. A blunder to drop that cube.
Wow.
Maybe it's the score, Mochi. Does that have an effect on it?
Yeah, that has some effect, but it's not huge effect. I'm kind of surprised that it's such a big take. I would have dropped. Because I would have felt that he lost the market. You know, he missed the cube.
Yeah. He made the right play and then dropped. If he made the wrong play, it'd been easier to drop. That's what I usually do. I make sure I can't take the cube if I don't like it. So I make the wrong play and I have to drop.
So you have less cube mistakes?
My cube is great. I always give him a drop or too good. Sometimes I make him too good so he won't double me. It's a very clever trick that I use.
You have to write a new book then.
I'm working on several. How to play forced moves is one, and how to make your opponent too good. That'd actually be a pretty good book. This play is correct by a lot. The early game, you want to hit back.
A great match so far, 3.4 against 2.4.
Yes. See, we point out the errors, but we're not pointing out all the good plays. So that's what you forget is how well they're playing, even if they make a few errors. Come in and hit.
Yeah.
You don't let your opponent live on your 5-point or 4-point.
Now every 6. 1, 6, 2, 6, 3, 4, 6.
Ooh, you're right.
It's
Every
bad.
6 is bad.
I will... I'm not sure.
XG like to play a lot.
Okay. Interesting. Ace 5. It's pretty simple. Make the 5 and come down. Now what? Chris has like 7 and 8 to hit. Deuce and 3 to cover. 6-5 is good. 5-4 is fine. Makes a 4-point.
Okay, make the 4-point, then make sure your 5 is right. There's nothing wrong with that. Do it stage by stage and make sure you're not missing anything. Double 4s is a very nice roll. The 4-point is first, and then you look around. I think you come up and down. Yep, it's pretty clear. Oh, there's a hit. The hit is real close here. Very, very close.
Yeah, come up and hit, yes.
Very close. Come down and hit.
Come down and hit.
Yeah.
So far, every game, Kengo has early advantage. And this is not exception here.
Uh-huh.
And it could be a double already. Like, what can you do with this 6-3? I think Chris should double hit.
He's supposed to run as the only
He's
play.
supposed to run... okay.
It's the only play. That XG
And
likes.
it's double regardless. Okay, at least Kengo takes time. He drinks the water. Counts the numbers. He's
I'm
up
happy
in
to
the
see him
race.
taking more time. He's been missing the cube action a little bit by going too fast.
So he's up in the race. He has better board. He has a shot.
Yes, nice double. Oh, it said no double. 0.012.
Well, we are not sure. It's only 4-play, and maybe XG Plus make it double.
Yeah. I think it's a very good double.
I mean, only reason that prevent him from doubling is the score 3-0. So he has to be a little bit, conservative with the cube.
Nice take by Chris. Very nice.
5-1.
The hit is slightly right. I'm not sure I would find that. But you do have him outboarded. You have 3 interboard points to 2. That's one thing that argues for hitting. This play is just fine, according to XG. It's not easy. I think I might have hit because I just like hitting. Hitting is fun. Speaking of hitting is fun, you hit an anchor.
Anchor. And
That's
you're
right.
right.
Yep, hit an anchor. And the reason you anchor is I read this in a new book that just came up by some guy about prime versus blitz positions. Of course, this looks like a priming position, but it could turn into a blitz very easy. That's why you anchor. You don't want to get gammoned. Anchor's right.
I think the reason is that White has so many things to do in his front position, and he has to clean up some blots and focus on the front. If you have many things to do front and back, then you would screw up.
I see. That's a concept that I actually haven't heard before.
Why not?
I don't know. Nobody told me that.
Like now, since front position is done, now he wants to work on offense,
That's
defense.
a beautiful play. Beautiful play. Tremendously improved his game. Now the shoe is on the other foot almost. Those two back checkers are the problem.
This could be redouble.
Really?
I said it could be.
You're right. I would not have found this redouble. Not
Well,
with those two checkers back.
you're down 0-3, and it's gonna be a 4 cube, not 2 cube. Oh,
Very
great
nice
double.
redouble by
wow,
Chris.
Chris
Very
playing
nice.
really
It's a big
well this
take.
match.
Very good. Chris is so impressive. His whole play, this whole tournament has been great.
It's a big take, but it's
It's a scary take.
scary double.
Very
I mean,
scary.
He could lose 8 points. Easy. But since he has no bid on the 3 point, he has to take it.
Good
Oh,
for him,
Wow,
yes.
Kengo has a guts.
Nice job,
Great,
Kengo.
great take. Great double, great take.
Yes.
Great match.
This is going to be
65. How do you play 65? I think he has to hit. Yeah, he has to hit. No?
break your prime and hit? No.
No, it's very close though. 59.83 is very
No,
close.
the hit is the hit is .010. You're right. It is close. Very close. I'm not I don't think I would have hit.
What would you do then? Come out and come
Yeah.
down?
Yeah.
But then you leave a bunch of shots anyway.
I just love having a 5 prime with my opponent having behind it. But
This game could be the last game even. If it turned out well for Kengo.
well, I'm not paying you by the game, Mochi.
Yeah. He's correct to take some time here.
Oh yes, this is a hard play. And there's several options.
But I want to do something about the back, man. You can't just stay back.
Uh-huh.
I don't think.
He should have
It
come
is
out.
fine.
He should have come out if you're not hitting. Could get stuck.
Oh,
dancing
no.
is very, very painful.
I will shake once more.
Very painful.
2-1.
I don't think you button up. I don't think you anchor. Because it's harder to get
shouldn't.
out.
You shouldn't.
Yeah. It's better to come out with
Yeah.
4s and 5s than only 4s. That's why you keep them
Now
Keep 'em
3 is very important.
very big.
Any 3. Is this 3?
Double
two.
twos.
Oh, wow.
Still an excellent
I
roll.
would make a bar and play 6-4.
And that's clearly right, making the bar in 6-4. That's
Looks
a
like-
good guess for a guy like you, Mochi.
Looks like identical position now. Identical here.
It's almost a 50-50 game exactly with that roll. And when you have a 50-50 game and you're holding a 4 cube, that's pretty good. You don't have a lot of recube big here to 8 when 4 already gets you up there. And 8 gets you to 11. My math isn't good.
Yeah, I told you this could be
This could be the
well be
last-
last game.
Yeah. Well, you knew that 8 and 3 was 11. I didn't.
Now you know.
Now I learned something every game.
Mochi's giving way too many hints. For
No, don't do that. You don't need to do that.
that.
Because the blitzing, it's not going to be successful at the
No.
moment. So you just do it.
He's got it.
Yep.
Good. Good play. Nothing wrong with looking at bad plays. It makes you feel better about the good play. 6 out would have been very good for him there. We might see a recube and a roll or two. The hit is right. Nothing else is close. This is it. This is a huge roll for the tournament for this young man from
No 5-4.
who came all
He
the way from
needs a 3.
Japan, and he doesn't get.
1-5.
Yeah, he's okay, but it's not what he wanted. What? Oh, he's thinking about the hit. It might be right. No, it's very wrong. I can see why you think about it. Stop your opponent from making that prime. Get into a back game.
Well, hitting looks attractive because if you let him low, then surely he makes a 5 point.
Yeah.
Sorry, 3 points. And the numbers are diversified. He has 8 to cover, 6 to out, and 3 and 5 to cover. So it's tempting, actually.
It's tempting. I'm willing to bet that you would make the right play here, though. It's just too big a blunder for you to miss this. But it could easily be missed by lots of players. I wouldn't call him names if he hit here.
Yeah, this is the difficult move for the player.
This is a hard play for humans, as
Yeah,
they say.
yeah, it's easier to say
Easy to
when
say.
you see the analysis.
Sure. But for humans to make this play, it's a hard play. I might flip a coin here, but last time I tried to flip a coin, you wouldn't let me. You said you'd rather me decide. You remember that?
I remember that.
Yeah.
It wasn't coin, it was like a small
Oh yeah,
top.
I had a little dreidel spinner top that said yes or no. I said yes, I'm taking. No, I'm not. And he grabbed it and said no, I'd rather you decide. It was the biggest insult I've had from Mochi in my life. He figured I'm more likely to get the wrong decision if I decided than if I let the top roll. The truth is, you're not allowed to use mechanical aids like that anyway.
Okay, let's get back to the game. If he hits, it gives him a good 3, good 6, and good 5. What's a bad roll here? 2, 4, and 1, 4 is bad. Dancing is bad.
Dancing is
Yeah,
bad.
of course, dancing is
Dancing
bad.
is
We
bad.
all know that. Yeah, dancing or 1, 4, and 2, 4. So not too many. So 13 bad numbers. Oh no, don't do it. It's too much.
It's a big blunder.
Put it back.
Big
Put it back
blunder.
and see 38. You'll love it. Put it back to 38. 38, he will have like 1 and 6 and
He's
3
looking
and 5.
at it. He's looking.
Yeah.
He's right to take this kind of time. This is very, very big with a 4 cube in an 11-point match. This is a
Oh my
huge
god,
play.
this is the match decider.
Oh,
Could
yeah,
be match decider.
Could be the match decider.
3-1. How do you play 3-1? 3 we know, I think.
Hit 2. Make the point. I think I make the point.
You mean the fruit line? No. You make the anchor? I would double hit. Yeah.
It's double hit is right.
Good play.
Very nice play. It was tempting to make the anchor, but double hit gives you lots of time. Oh, big roll. This is huge. Huge. Super joker. Hitting choices right here also.
I think he has the hit on the 3-point. I think. I'm not sure.
It's right.
He could also step up to the 22, but it leaves way too many shots. And also the guy on the 4 points, screaming out to hit. It's way front-loaded.
It's a dilly builder that needs to get into play.
Exactly. But the downside is it seems like 5 is duplicated and you are not at the edge of the blind, but well, you have time to roll an ace and deuce, right? Yeah, that's a good play.
Nice play.
2-6. Now 5 is huge.
5 is huge, and he needs to come up also.
What's this?
2-6. Run, baby, run.
Wow.
Getting those back checkers out is very, very
Super
big.
volatile.
Very big.
Every roll is decisive.
Yes.
Oh no.
Oh, wow.
Oh no.
The pendulum
Oh,
keeps
no.
swinging back and forth.
What's this? 2-1? Oh, what a...
That's a great anchor.
Well, it's not it's not what he wanted. He wanted the 5. Oh! What is this? 3-6?
I can't read the dice.
Another
3-6.
miss?
3-6.
Oh my god.
Out is good.
Wait. Take your time. Take your time. Please. Nakatsuka-san, you have time. It's 4 cube.
He should come in to avoid getting hit. He should come
Okay,
in.
coming out is clear actually because
Yeah.
it's a
He
5
doesn't
line.
want to get hit here the second time.
Well, plus you're giving 1-6 and 2-6 as a hitter.
That's right.
That's too much.
So you leave your own 5s duplicated if you don't lift it.
Exactly.
Pretty close.
I think he gonna hit now. Yeah.
How did you know
knew.
that? You not only know how to play, you know what they're going to roll?
Well, I mean, he missed the critical moment twice.
Guys, keep the counts down. Let Mochi do the count.
Yeah, I think that's a good play. They're coming back from the 23. You don't want to stack over there. Is it 1-6?
2-6. 2-6.
Okay. Game gets pretty even again. Okay, Chris has 5 plan, but Chris has 2 men back. That's
Kengo was buried a little while ago, and it's completely changed around. It's a very close game now.
actually Kengo is favorite.
Yeah, it's a 57% favorite.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, basically this route is so bad. Chris is going to make a live play. He wants to stay back on the 17 because it's duplicating 5. Plus he can make his own 5 and 6 as a good number. Now he needs 5. 6-1? 6-1?
Yes.
Wow.
Wow. We may be seeing a recube
Who is
here.
up in the queue?
We may see a recube.
And 3-2 again? Wait a minute. Who is up in the race? Okay, it's not a recube because
Because
it's
of the race?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
His take point, Chris' take point is like 15%.
15?
Yeah, 15. So it's way too early. But he's in a...
And if you don't recube, you can win some gammons and win the match that way.
Exactly.
A gammon here is the match for Kengo. Spent €7 to get here. He's already won 15,000 euros.
Yeah, but the 15,000 is nothing compared to the title.
Oh,
You don't remember
Well,
15,000 next year, you know?
speak for yourself. I'll take the 15 grand. And I have to say, the people who sponsored in Japan, Kenji in particular, you have to give him a lot of credit for making Japan backgammon what it is today. He sponsored a lot and helped a lot of people come up, including you, Mochi, didn't he?
Yeah, I'm trying to help them.
Mm-hmm. He's been very helpful to the game.
So it's huge no double. He's just counting the race.
Right.
I don't think he's gonna double. Is it double 4 or 4-3?
Double 4-2.
4-2, okay. It may end up a simple race. Chris needs 5. 6-1 is acceptable. How do you play ace here? If you play 17-16 leaves what? Every 5 and 8, which is
17-16 is a big blunder. Because
Oh,
you're
yeah?
giving him double shots.
interesting. Why is that? So it leaves every 5 and 8, which is like 19 numbers.
The other way, you're giving him a direct 6.
No, but he could play 8-7.
Oh, I see. Right, 8-7.
4-1. It's probably a good shot, but
it's
it's
a very
also
good
very
shot.
scary. How many numbers?
You got to
Six.
do what's scary sometime. Got to do it.
10 numbers. 2-2. 11 numbers. I
Hits.
miscounted.
It's always the one you forgot that hits.
Was it right to hit with a 4-1? I
Yes.
think he did.
It
I
was
think
right
he did.
by-
Yeah, okay.
absolutely
okay.
right.
Okay. But still, now he came back to the Gammon City, maybe.
Wow.
He needs to come in.
This game is swinging.
3-5? 3-5?
Yep.
3-5.
Hit.
Now he has to hit?
He has to hit.
Wow.
He must hit. You have no options. This is
Now
a very
he's-
big roll. I'm going to say that a lot because they're all big at this score. He
Wow.
2s, 5s,
Ace
and
to-
6s
ace
to
to
cover.
hit.
1's to hit. 6 covers.
6-2? 6-2?
That's beautiful.
Chris needs to enter.
If Chris
Otherwise,
doesn't
the
enter,
game gonna 6-1.
he did enter.
Wow, that's great shot too.
what a great 6.
Yeah, great
Cover.
gammon saver.
Covers.
Yeah. I don't think he should play 10-4 because he doesn't gain enough, I think.
It's very close, but it didn't seem right.
Oh, 10-4 is right.
It's very close.
He could win more games, but he loses more gammons. So it's a great trade-off here. So he could actually win like 0.5% more games, but loses how many more gammons? I cannot
Yeah.
see.
He loses 8% more gammons.
Really?
8% more gammons than it's worth it. Why? Because he's down in the score and he needs to gamble more. If the score were reversed, there'd be no question.
Is it too much? Like he gains 0.5% winning chance and loses 8% more gammons.
Well, if you lose this game and you're down 7-0,
That's
you don't
right.
have much of a chance in the match. That's the reason.
That's right.
It's not like a normal loss to go down 7-0. So you have to fight more to win here.
Mm-hmm.
But it's real close, though. Either play is 0.012. You can't fault him for either play. Over the board, I would have quickly made the point. I love this play. That took guts because he could get hit with a 7. He's risking that 7. Well, 11 plays pretty easily, just quietly in.
I think Chris's mental state is very strong now.
Oh,
He's very calm.
I would have a little confidence after I beat Victor Ashkenazi. And it happened to me once. Once. You don't slot, huh? It is right to slot. If it's close. I always like slotting in these positions, try to make the point. Double threes. Do we have a switch?
I think so. What's the race here? 7 pips
Yep.
up only?
You
have to stop him. So you're gonna switch.
switch is right.
You're gonna switch first, then think about the 2.
That's exactly right. First thing that came to my mind was the switch.
I would switch first, then think about the rest. I probably make the midpoint. Make the 6-3 twice and the 16-13 twice.
So you leave the blot on the 8 point.
Only 6-2 though.
Ooh.
It's a little too much, giving not only 6-2 but also 6-1, 6-4 and double A's. For what? There's no reason actually.
Well, he's looking at it. That's not legal. He's pointing it out. They're playing legal moves. All the stream matches are legal moves, and I like that, especially when you're transcribing.
Yeah, you can take a look at that play. Then you realize that lace is not up enough, and you don't do it.
Yeah, it's a close race, and you're giving your opponent a chance. Plus, there's no gammons this way. With the switch play, you might win some gammons and win the match.
Wow, you never lose gammon this way too. If you switch, you might lose gammon too. I mean, small chance, but it's possible.
Well, you're looking at the glass as half full and half empty. I'm looking at the full part. Lots of trade-offs in backgammon. You're always comparing risk and reward. Okay, he got that part right.
Mm-hmm.
He played it very well. Good
Yeah,
play.
what's their PR now? I think they are playing really
I haven't
well.
looked. A 4 is going to be the nail in the
4,
coffin.
7. What is this? Ace 5?
5-1.
5-1.
That's a nothing roll. PRs and 4-2, 4-2 and 3. They're both playing very well. They both played better, but there's a lot of pressure and a lot of really complicated cubes and checker plays in this game.
I'm not gonna give any shot here.
And you're right.
Because you have many hitters anyway, right? As it is, you have any 4 to hit and 7 to hit, and
getting hit is almost fatal.
Yeah, getting hit is too big.
So you play safe.
I will play 7-2 here.
They're all close, but not leaving a shot is best. He needs to come in. This is
6-3.
big for Chris.
6-3 is a great shot.
3-1
1-3.
coming in is very helpful. 3.
And bring it in.
He's not going to
8-5.
step into a double shot, so he has to move. He has to move 8-5.
So he has 19 numbers to hit on the 16, and then what's extra?
4-1, 6-1, double 3.
No,
make
4-1
the ace
is
point.
4-1 is counted.
Oh yeah, there's a 4. That's
4-5.
big.
That's great shot.
4 is huge,
You hit.
and you just bring it in and not take any risks. Bring it in. That's it. No risk. Nothing hits back. It's a big Kengo was really in trouble in this game, and it's turned around completely. The one is very comforting for Chris. This reduced his gammons by a lot.
We might see a cube in the near future. Assuming Kengo cleans up all the blots outside.
Why not now?
He could have.
Why not? I mean, I would have thought about the A cube right there.
Was it lead double? I didn't see it.
I didn't see it either, but I certainly would have thought about it.
It's close because Chris has no timing.
Yeah. And you're up 30 pips in the race. That's a pretty good racing lead. I would stop and think about the recube here for sure. And by the way, it shows redouble pass, according to the checker plays. Oh, it's a redouble pass, and he's just rolling quickly. Mochi, you got to have a talk with him about just taking more time. He took a nap in your room before the match. Maybe he took too long a nap. He can't think he's too good. Maybe he thought there were no market gainers and we should go ahead and roll. But was that possible?
I think he should know, Kengo should know the take point at this score.
I don't think a lot of people know it's 15%. It would take me a while.
I'm not sure if he knows about it, but he can guess pretty closely.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
He's good enough to do that.
Yeah, he's the type of guy who is good at those kind of things.
Uh-huh.
And we are playing a lot of 11 points. We have a league, Bansei League it's called, and it's only 11-point match. So he plays a million 11-point match already, so he should know it. Now he stopped thinking, and it's good.
He missed two doubles at least. This is still a redouble pass. This is on the edge of being too good, though. This is almost too good.
Yeah, even though he missed two doubles, it may be a small redouble, because the position was so strong. I don't think it was so volatile.
I'm sure he's thinking too good.
Yeah.
Because you don't see a market gainer right now. If your opponent rolls double fives, you can still double them out.
I'm not sure about that.
I would.
Why? It's only 8 pips now. It's going to be a take.
Oh,
no?
I see. So that's the only market gainer.
Yeah. Now, is there any bad numbers? No. I don't think so.
6-4.
No, 5. Oh, 5-4. Oh, 5-4 is the bad number.
5-4.
Now you got a double. 5-4, and I think that's the only number.
The other problem is there aren't that many gammons. With that open 6 point, he's going to be able to run pretty easily. Look, you can see there's only 8% gammons, so you have to weigh that as well. How many gammons there are? If you had 3 checkers on the ace, it would be clearly too good to double. But with 2 checkers on the ace, you just don't get enough gammons here. But it's close. It wouldn't be a terrible play to roll on. He's rolling on. Okay. You know how big it is to win a 4 cube at this score? I would just cash. Just to have that, just to be winning 7-0. Okay. Now what?
Now he should definitely double, I think.
What's a bad roll? 6-5?
Oh, only 6-5?
6-1?
No, 6-1 is
points.
good. 6-1 is fine.
Is 6-5 the only bad roll? The only one I can see.
5-1.
So, things like 6-3, 6-2, 6-1 leave an indirect, but that's not much. It's still a double and a pass.
What about 5-1?
5-1? Yeah.
So
5-1,
now he has two bad numbers, 6-5 and 5-1.
And 5-1, you're forced to hit loose and hope.
It's not too good anymore.
Yeah, it's clearly a double.
Yeah.
Cash it, baby, cash. Cash in your pocket. Get the 7-0 is a nice place to be. Come on, Kengo. So if he had no bad rolls, he might as well play on. But he does have some anti-jokers or market gainers.
Oh, no. It's risky.
It is risky.
6-1. Okay.
This isn't a big risk, but it's still a good roll.
I have some bad feeling about...
Yeah. Everybody knows what's coming now. Everybody knows what's coming.
Including players.
Yes, the players are sure.
Oh! Almost.
6-4.
Okay.
Goodbye. Double pass.
7-0. Probably.
Double pass.
Maybe he takes one more roll.
He doesn't have 15%. Why take one more roll? What if white rolls double six?
The one double sixes? Yeah.
How many gammons can there possibly be from here?
0.2.
0.02. 0.02. Yeah, you should play on for 0.02 gammons. I'm surprised it's only a 0.02 mistake not to redouble. Because there's almost nothing that can happen on the next roll where it's not a pass anyway. That's the reason.
Oh, Kengo-san, don't spend time on it. Just double. Because the game is gonna go on.
Yep.
He has only like 8 minutes. It feels like
no
I'm
right.
almost watching myself.
You have no right to lecture about time. You get down.
I said I feel like I'm watching myself.
I know, but you use up the clock as much as anybody I know, and I've never understood why. I can't tell you how many matches I've been on the edge of my seat watching you with 5 games to go and 1 minute on the clock, or 2 games to go and 1 minute on the clock or less. You do it all the time. I think you're trying to psych out your opponent, make him think you're time pressured. The problem is you play it just as low a PR in a speed match. All right, this 2-1 slot is usually right, but especially when you're losing, you got to gamble. And the 2-1 back is usually the slot also, but I guess that's not true when you're way ahead. In a money game, 2-1 slot followed by 2-1 slot. So it's different from money. It changes at every score, even the first and second plays. That's what's fascinating about match play. 7-0. All right, Mochi. What's the equity?
I think it's like 15% for Chris.
15%. That's why the take point was 15%.
Mm-hmm.
Because it was for the match.
What Kengo wants here is a simple holding game or pure race. There's no gammon. And that is what he wants to have. Sixes.
And you're not going to get it with double sixes.
No. Still, it's okay. It's not a bad roll.
Make the ace?
Yep.
Oh, it's tie between making the ace or the deuce. I always like the ace here. I like holding the 8 point.
All right.
That's a nice roll.
Kengo loves to roll a 6-5 or 2-3. Is it
I think
1-3?
you anchor this. You said
2-1.
that's what he wanted.
2-1 is okay.
Yeah, you said he wanted an anchor so he doesn't get, you want to reduce gammons when you're winning
Yeah.
in a match. And
Yeah.
this reduces gammons by a lot by making that anchor. You can't get blitzed now. It's harder to get primed.
I think Chris should make 9 points.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm looking at the 4 point. And you're right, of course.
Because he's down in the race and blocking a 6 is so important. You could possibly make 4 point later.
Wow, I would have gotten that one wrong. I would have made the 4 point. The harder one to make. But
Is this 5-4?
I lost sight of the race. Good play.
Well, it's much harder for Kengo to come out.
Yes, no question about it now.
Is this 6-2? 6-1.
6-1.
Oh. Do you want to play big?
13-7, 6-5 is XG's play. You don't want that stack.
Yeah.
You don't
The thing is that
supposed to take a chance there.
Kengo's board is not strong at all. So you don't mind getting hit so much. And having a 7 point is huge. Now Chris's points are all stripped. He's not gonna make a new point. 6-5.
You bring them both around. Very simple play here. Just bring them both around. That's all you have. Forced by logic. FBL.
What's that?
Oh, you know what? With those 2 blots in the inner board, I can see why he's thinking about slotting the bar. It's still not going to be fun if he gets hit, and there's a lot of hit and covers.
Oh, like 2 down. Okay. The difference is now after 2 down, you don't have a cover. You only have an ace to cover. Before you have a 6 to cover, an ace to cover.
Yeah, your deuces and aces, your deuce isn't very comfortable to cover with. You have to break your 8-point. That's why it's better to just bring him around. Plus, if he hits an indirect, he's going to have 2 blots. Unless he rolls double 4s. That would be the only way he could hit and cover a blot. Oh, hit and cover 2 blots.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
There are many ways to cover one of them.
Yeah.
Like most rolls actually cover one of them.
Double 4 is the super joker here. Hits and covers both blots. Looks like 6-5.
He should just turn 2 down, I guess.
Yep, 2 down is right.
The midpoint does very little now. You don't need that.
You're up 15 pips in the race. You want to race? Didn't you once tell me if you're on the 3-point, if you're within 23 pips you can take in a money game? I think that was the number you told me. But this is different because it's a match. And he's up in the race. So it's a take for a long, long time.
Well, computer said it was a double before.
Especially at this score.
Yeah.
You got to be trigger happy to double when you're losing 7-0.
So he wants to roll like 4-3, 1-6, 4-5, 4-6, double 4. Is it 1-6?
4-6. Gonna run because he's way up in the race.
Yeah, he should
Time to
run.
do it.
Yep.
Very clearly right. He would like to make the bar
Or
the
make
4,
the 3.
the 4 or the 3. And he
This is not what he wants.
no.
I would play. I don't know. Maybe you hit. I don't know.
It's close. It's close.
10-5-6-2 is a normal play. 11-7-8-3 is the.
No, the hit
second
went to
best.
the top with plus, but only by a little bit. With those 2 blots inside, I love the hit.
If you hit, I love it. 11-7 for sure.
And that's right.
No.
No, 11-7 was right.
He has 2 blots.
Yeah. A dance should be double. Pass.
No,
Not a pass?
it's a take.
Because of the race?
Yeah, because of the race and because of stacked position.
Because of the score and only up 6 pips, I would pass it.
But there's almost no gammon. The take points should be the same. There's no risk of getting gammon. I mean,
Really?
there's
Yeah.
some risk, but not too much.
Wow. You're absolutely right, of course. It's a big double and a big take.
But just imagine, say he makes a 3-point and he enters on the ace point or this point. It's like game every
Ooh,
day.
he didn't double. You've got to be more aggressive when you're down 7-0. If I double,
I'm not sure about that too.
Yeah.
I could play 11-7.
right. 2-1. Come in on the 1 and cover your 4-point, which is correct. I got one right. Cover the 4.
Now you double?
Now he doubles.
Interesting. Is it stronger? Maybe.
It's a double.
It's actually
A
weaker.
big tape. Yeah, it's actually weaker because he's got a point in his board now, but he's up only 2 pips in the race. Maybe that was. what
I think
pushed him.
Kengo will take this.
At this score,
because-
I wouldn't fault him for passing. Lots of people pass, winning 7-0. But it's not gammonish. Good.
Yeah, no gammon.
Yeah.
Almost no sweat. You know, I mean, there's a sweat, of course, but
Yeah.
not scary.
It
He's up
doesn't
to
cost
tips.
you much to be down to lose 2 points instead of 1. That's a major reason to take. I think it only changes your equity by about 4 or 5%.
How do you
tops.
play for 1? You make a bar?
I make the 4-point.
What about this? The
I would have made the 4-point. I would have been wrong by a little. The bar was right.
there's all indirect, so yeah. 2-1. Okay, you gotta step up to the ace, and maybe 12-10 or 8-6.
12-10 is right.
Yeah.
They're close. They're close. You're coming under attack now, and he has to attack unless he makes the 8-point. If he makes the 8-point, he won't have to attack. And he does. Oh, oops. Oops. This is tricky. You're supposed to make the 4-point, but then if he rolls a 6, you can kiss him goodbye. But you don't have a good alternative. Good play. Very good play. He was sorry not to make the 8 or point on him. He needed a 6 there.
Wait a minute, you can make a 5, by the way. Yeah.
He caught it, and you're right. It's better. He wants to hit and point. Double ones is a switch.
No,
No?
it's a
prime.
prime.
6 prime. Okay. If you look around, maybe it's wrong to hit and switch. I didn't see it at first. Okay, now he can hit loose and hope to get hit back. Okay. He's going to slot the ace and come in. Yep.
Oh, Chris
You'd
can
like to
win
get
gammon. Should he?
Wait a minute. He can't win a gammon. You said there were no gammons, Mochi.
I was wrong.
He doesn't have time to play this game anymore. He's just simply got to cover. Come into the threes because you don't want to stack. Nothing exciting about this roll. 3-2 is right. Keep it nice and clean. 5-3, a clear from the rear. It's clearly right. A dance. Where did they come up with the term dancing? Who said that was dancing when you stay on the bar? I like it, but I wonder where that started.
Mm-hmm. Why it says fun? When you dance, people call it fun too, right? Fun.
Fan.
Yeah.
Fan. Yeah. Well, in baseball, when you swing and miss, it's called fanning.
Oh,
on
that's
the
it.
pitch. That's a baseball term. Very
Okay.
simple.
Almost no gammon.
Here he comes. Okay. It's going to be a 2-point game. And again, the reason it was such a good take if there's no gammons is when you lose 1 point or 2, your opponent needs the same number of games to get to 11, and you don't really change things that much. Now, if Chris had 1 point, there would be a real difference. Losing 2 points really does hurt a lot more than 1 point, even at that distance from the end. So really, you have to. These things are very intricate, and that again is what makes match play so much more interesting. It's much more of an intellectual exercise than money games. The transition is not easy for a lot of people.
Who won? Who won the other side? I think we have the result on the other semifinal. I'm not sure who won it.
Result?
I
We had a
think
lady
so.
playing in the other semifinal. Oh, they're clapping about something. Maybe we'll find out if it's over. All right, from here I go to New York, and then I go to Chicago for my son's wedding. Then I go back to New York. I spend about half my time in New York, and one of the things that draws me there is all the fun games and players. Every single Thursday night, there's a nice chouette at the Cavendish Club. John Barnett runs it. There's a lot of really good games in New York. I have a lot of students there, and I lecture at a few clubs. So New York's the place to be, and Mochi spends a lot of time in New York too. That's an action city. I think that's one of it might be the #1 action city in the world for backgammon, I think. And I'm happy to live. No.
Oh, I was so scared.
Yeah.
I saw that he rolled 4-3-6.
Yeah.
And he missed the play.
Yeah.
But
Because he was
rolled
playing it
4-6.
like a 3-6.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're both playing under 4, which is fine. They've had, the PRs are a little misleading. When you have a lot of tough decisions and a lot of tricky plays, any good player's PRs are going to be higher. If you see somebody playing at 1, yes, they played great, but they probably didn't have that many horribly tough decisions. That's one of the reasons you can play at 1. By the way, your fellow Japanese, his last 2 games in the main, Kazuki, he played at under 2 PR his last 2 matches.
It was the main tournament?
In the main tournament. Both of them were under 2 PR. You got so many great players in Japan, it's just amazing. And a bunch we never see because they don't travel. Like Othello, Hero, I'm sure a bunch more that I don't know. Double ones is a great roll. And you split. And your opponent's on the bar, why don't you split? And you do. That's
Well,
right.
you could have a slot as a 7
Oh, yeah.
because the 6 is duplicated.
Wow. Split looks so automatic to me. Another great roll.
Ace. Wow.
Makes 2 points, comes
That's a
in.
joker.
Wow. Big joker.
Equalize the game, basically. 5-2. I think he should step up with the deuce and come down.
That's what
Stepping up
XG,
to the 22 is very important to get out.
XG agrees with you, of course.
6-5.
You can run or make a point.
No, I will come out.
Uh-huh.
I could make the deuce point, but
It's a very bad play.
it's a very
Make the
bad
deuce.
play.
Yeah. A .23 error. He made the right play by far.
Well, you leave a shot, plus he might end up in the 3-point game. Yeah.
Very good roll there. That's the point he
Simply the
wanted.
best. Kengo is up in the race. He just want to come out and go for the race. 4-3, nothing else.
He's thinking about coming up. That's what I call under the gun. Bill Riles, what happened in the other match? Mario Cool won. Boy, has he an incredible tournament that he's had. He's done well in everything. He won the high roller event. He's played incredible.
Freak BG.
You want a freak BG? How'd they play? Oh, that's right. You didn't have the feed. Okay. Well, she had to be proud to get that far. So Mario is going to be on my Giants list next year. I might even put Mochi on my Giants list next year. Double threes, hits, and runs.
No, maybe make the 3, maybe.
Makes the 3. Is right. Very nice.
Five one, great shot from the bar. It's one of the best. He needs 7 or 9 or higher. 8 is not a good number. He's stuck over there.
Aha. Making the bar is very big there. There's no direct out for Kengo now.
Double 2.
Double 2. You got a block, I guess.
You step up 11 and it's 6.
You don't block?
You're up in the race. You yeah. Now you're ready to come out. That's a great shot, by the way.
Yep.
Double 2.
This is an automatic hit.
6-1.
Automatic
You
hit.
must hit.
You can't let your opponent get away.
So he needs 4 or 3-6. Should he do so? It could be close to double.
He rolled a 4.
Alright.
That's great. A great roll for Kengo.
Should he dance? I would double, I guess. And double take, I would expect.
1-4 hits.
Great shot.
Must hit.
He wanted to come in on the 8th point, and he did, and he wants to hit. He did. No, it's not going to be a double here because it's too many contact.
Also, the score.
Yeah, the score matters a
You're
lot.
not going to be loose with the cube when you're winning 7-2.
Is it 400 no double?
2-1. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
He wants out and cover. He got the cover. And the 3 just comes in. Okay. Kengo needs a 6. He wants a 6 badly. He didn't get it. I don't know about this one. Mochi, what do you do?
I would clear the 11, I think. I could possibly keep the 5 line, but
It's close. It's close. The 11 or giving up the wow. 7-3-6-3.
yeah, I mean, I could keep the 11, but the 11 might be burden, not the asset anymore.
Two plays that are very close with very different approaches. This play is fine. Very good. In fact, it's the number
Wow.
one play. It's ugly, but it's better than the alternatives. Keeping that 11 has some value. Here he just runs out, I think. He's right. That's correct by a lot.
Yeah.
Kengo really needs a 6, and he doesn't get it. Rolls a 3-1. Pretty ugly roll. That's all he can do.
Could it be double?
I would hit with a 2. I might even hit with a 5 here. The 2, you're hitting and coming down for the builder. 13 sevens. Not a hard play. And you hold your breath and hope he doesn't roll a 3. If he doesn't roll a 3, it's going to be over. Oh, he does a 3-1. The one's uncomfortable, but you're still happy you hit. He played it right, of course. I think he goes up to the 5-point, doesn't he? Yes.
Yeah, he should.
He needs that spare up there. To be
Now Kengo has many bad numbers like 5-4, 5-1, 4-3.
You said 5-1. I'm going to tell him you said that. This is your fault, Mochi.
What would you do with 5-1? Maybe you should hit down slot?
Hitting is right.
Hit down slot and take the cube.
Oh my God. Hit and leave 2 blots?
Yeah, but I mean, think about it. You're leaving a bunch of shots
And nothing else
anyway.
is close. I mean, that's amazing play. Do humans find that? You would have found that play? Wow. You did find that play.
Well, I find the play, but I'm not sure if I can take the cube. And this is a pass.
Can you take the cube if you made the other play?
That's why
I wouldn't take it because
Yeah,
of the
yeah,
gammons. And you're winning in the score.
That's what I said. I'm not sure if I could take the cube anyway.
So if you're not going to take the cube, why not make your play?
Well, if I'm not going to take the cube anyway.
Yeah,
I'm going
either
to
way.
make a pretty play.
Yeah, either way. Okay.
It's good for the watchers, you know.
But with the other play, you might make him think he's too good. It's my ploy. That was I just like to see the equities on that. Your idea of the hit and slot and leaving 2 blots never would have entered my mind. And it was right. It was the right play. This is a big pass. Not a big pass. 0.06.
Well, it's a pass because of the score, I think.
Yeah, at other scores, this could easily be a take. Because he's not under attack that much. It's a good pass. Very good play.
4 away, 8 away.
I want to remind you that the next round, which would be the finals of the undefeated, will be at 2200 Monte Carlo time, 10 o'clock tonight. Should be a very exciting match. Mario Cool will be one of the players versus the winner of this match. And the winner of that is going to play Frank Frigo tomorrow at 3 o'clock for the championship.
Okay.
For the World Championship.
I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Okay. Taking a break here. I could use one too. I think that doing commentary is almost as hard as playing sometimes. Of course, I'm doing it for many hours, and I love it, and I enjoy it, and I'm so happy to be here at Monte Carlo. But it's work. But it sure is fun when you got people like Mochi sitting next to you. All right, let's take a look at the money. I know you're not supposed to focus on the money. Mochi doesn't even know how much money is involved. The winner of the tournament, the world champion, gets 77,000 euros, plus there's a 14,000 euro side pool. A finalist makes 31,000. Coming in 4th and 5th, which these players have already done, makes 8,000 euro. Winning this match means you make 16,000 euro. So Mario's already up to 16,000 euro. The last chance winner, in other words, the loser of this match goes in the last chance. No, these people cash. So other losers who win in the last chance, they could still win 10,000 euro. 59 of the 200 players were in the side pool. I must tell you, I almost always get in the side pool, and I played in this tournament, and I didn't. You got 200 players, including a tremendous number of world champions and giants. It's not good equity for me to get in the side pool. I want to remind you also that you can bet on the finals. You can bet on the next match. Go to clubgourmet.dk. When you go to that site, clubgourmet.dk, all kinds of warnings come up saying, don't go to this site. It could be dangerous. We don't know who it is. It's safe, and your money's safe. We've got Morton Holm, who's got a stellar reputation. He paid out a lot of money last year when Sander won. A lot of people bet on Sander. He got killed. And he happily and nicely paid everybody, of course, or he wouldn't be back. It's kind of fun to see what the odds are, even if you don't want to bet. Go to the site and see what the odds are of Frank Frigo winning based on who he plays. I don't think he's going to be a big favorite over anybody. Not that nothing against Frank, but everybody who's left is very, very good. We know Mario for sure is a 50% chance of being the one in the finals, and these two players are great players too. So we're not talking about any kind of a slaughter in these finals. And it's going to be really exciting, the world champion. There's nothing like it. Well, Tara's here, and I don't have a problem. I got Tara here. It almost bothers me. I have nothing to ask her because every time I have a problem, she solves it. And Bill Riles, her partner, the two of them setting up the streaming. And it's not easy. If you look at the pictures on my Facebook site of the amount of equipment and that it takes and the amount of technology, it's unbelievable. Of course, and Tara went to college for 6 years studying technology, didn't you? Not a bit. She majored in French? Wow. She majored in French, and she's a technology genius. And Bill told me you'll just learn it all by trying. My son, by the way, has a major position at Dell Computer, in charge of a lot of technology. And he got a master's degree in design, but he said that the only way to learn computers, the only way to really learn how to work computers and the technology is just to play with it. Never be afraid of pressing a button. But anytime I have a problem, I call him and he says, Dad, did you turn it on? Dad, unplug it. And usually he's right. That's all it takes to fix something. Tara gave me some good advice today. She said, get a new computer. My computer died.
Open your chat for you again.
Oh, I'm here. I'm on the chat. Here, look.
There you go. You got it.
I got it. I've been watching the chat.
Yeah, if you hit the.
Somebody said, what time are the finals? They're tomorrow at 3 p.m.
There we go. Hang on, let me see. Let me make sure you're on the right one.
I am on the right one.
You are.
And by the way, I was in Istanbul doing the commentary there, and when the first match started, we were totally dead. We couldn't do the streaming at all. We were totally dead, and about 3 minutes before, we screamed and yelled for Tara and Bill, and they saved the day. We wouldn't have had the UBC streaming without them from Istanbul. Was that a month or two ago when I was in Istanbul? Almost 2 months now, I guess. And by the way, the UBC is one of the greatest tests of skills ever because you have to win both the PR and games. And we had incredible players competing, 16 very, very top world-class players. And guess who won? A guy named Mochi. And he's going to play Sander, who won it last year. They're going to have a repeat of their championship UBC match in Copenhagen in December. So the cream does rise to the top in this game, but especially when you're playing with PR as well as with wins and losses. I was just mentioning about how you won UBC and you're going to play Sander in December. What happened in the last match you played Sander? Was it close?
No, it wasn't close.
He beat you last time?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's why Sander catapulted to the number 2 position on the Giants list. He didn't quite etch out Mochi for number 1. But we'll find out in December when they meet again where they're at. Because, again, it's both PR and winning the match. I guess you just play for PR when you do that and hope you win the match. Is that right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Pretty much.
I mean, basically, find the best play. I mean, he's a best player anyway, so why don't you do anything else? And finding the best play alone is very difficult.
Yeah. You may as well just work on that. Okay, 2-5.
Yeah.
Kengo still has a good lead in this match. I think he's 70% in this match. I think it's 70-30. Is that about right, Mochi? Mochi's using Neil's numbers on his fingers?
25%.
25?
Yeah.
You use Neil's numbers? Is that what you're doing?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Thank you, Neil Kazaros, for all of you've given to this game. Match equity table, Neil's numbers. Okay, got a pretty quick double here. And I think because of the score, it's a very good double. And it's a Small take.
Wow, it could be a pass. It was
Could be a
plus
pass.
plus.
He's taking. Very small. There's a lot of gammons here. 20% gammons. That's what you want when you're down in the match. You want to go for gammons. That's why I hit here. I go for blood. Come down and hit. And it's right. Oh, it's very close to not hitting.
But by the way, key of the rest of the game is the clock. The both players in short of time, and you have to play first. Otherwise, you're not gonna have enough time on the end.
Yeah, 6 minutes.
Oh, he has a hit.
Yeah, no, it's close.
Oh, it's close.
It was close, but I thought you had a hit. It wasn't real bad not to hit.
Yeah, but it's a big swing with the 2-4.
Yeah, it's a big swing in the number of gammons too, which is a major thought you have to have when you're down in the match.
All right.
This plays good.
So he's up 18, which is nice.
Kengo is very happy to make that 20 point, to make the golden point. That's going to reduce gammons tremendously. Now, losing 2 points instead of 1 point at this score does hurt. That's why it was a bare take.
I think a transcriber screwed up this one. He entered the double 4 opposed to 6-4. So now maybe somebody has to stop the game. Yeah, now transcriber realize that something is wrong.
The transcriber will catch
Maybe I should help him.
Yeah, go ahead. They're pausing for that reason. The transcriber's looking. Mochi's going to go make sure they get it right. He put the wrong move in last time. Neil Kazaroff said he liked the close take. I remember I was in my first big finals in Novi, and my friend Neil was standing there, and on my way to play Sankiewicz, I said, any advice? He said, pressure him with the cube. Those are Neil's words, and I've been doing that ever since. It's really good advice, especially when you know you're playing somebody like Sankiewicz. All right, they're correcting the XG. We can get it right. Thanks for the help, Mochi. Or 2. Not exciting, but making the 1 point is right. Thanks for your help, Mochi. It needed to be corrected.
No problem.
6-3, 4-2. Pretty simple. Pretty simple. This is not a gin position at all for Chris. A lot of things can go wrong here, but this roll is pretty critical not to roll a 6 for Kengo, and he doesn't. But now he's either got to crash or volunteer.
He doesn't need to. He can play safe. Like 7-6, 7-4. Sorry, 6-4, 6-2. What's the right play here?
It's
you got a
close.
volunteer.
It's
okay.
close. It's close.
His shot is huge. Unless it's very close.
Oh, double 6 is a very good roll.
Wow.
Aside from the pips, just to safely bring your checkers around, that's a real help. Chris's equity just jumped quite a bit.
So white has 1-4. And 3-4 is pretty uncomfortable. 3-4 is very bad. Double 4 also.
Well, you got to clear your 6 point on those bad ones.
3-1 is fine.
That's very good. He's 80% to win this game now.
Is it 5?
Looks like 5-2.
5-2. A lot of glares.
Yes, there has not been glare until today. The dice they have the non-glare dice that Tara and Bill had specially made, but it's...
Where did it go?
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I'm going to find out. It may be the lighting. Maybe they got to change the angle of the lighting, but I want to see if we can get that glare reduced so everybody can read the dice easier. In the meantime, I'll try to call out the dice as much as I can. Come back at 10 o'clock tonight for the finals of the Undefeated. The winner of this match against Mario Cool. That's all you can do. There's not a bad roll now. 2-1. And his next roll, there could be problems, but let's see what Kengo does. He has to run with at least one. Will you run with 2 or 1, Mochi?
I would run for 2.
And it's right by a mile.
Yeah. Almost no game
Right
by
a
staying
mile.
back.
And your
I don't
race
want
is
to.
close.
Yeah, I don't want to be picked up by like 1-3. You know, like 1-2 small numbers.
And you're not out of the race, and you never get gammon when you make that play. Very good play, Mochi. This race is not gin.
Not Jin. He has a gap on the 5. Oh,
it's
no.
gin. It's gin. I don't know where that term came from either, but we call it gin. I played
Yeah.
gin rummy, but
Is there any special meaning in English, Jin?
well, when you play gin rummy, the best thing that can happen to you is
Okay,
you get gin.
what does Jin Lami mean then?
Gin rummy is a card game.
Yeah, I know. But why you call it Jin?
That's the name of the game. And if you put all your cards together, all 10.
No, I know what the Jin Lami is, but why you called
you
that
call it
game
Jin?
Jin Lami?
Well, why do you call Japan Japan? I don't know where names come from. The only name I know that makes sense is the word egg, because that's the sound a chicken makes when he lays an egg. Egg. Every other word, I don't know where it came from. Okay, this match is getting closer. Kenji was running away with it. And
Kengo.
Oh, Kengo.
Yeah.
I said Kenji. Kengo is running away with it, and now look. He's only a small favorite now, maybe 55, 60?
64%.
64%.
Yeah.
Okay.
Once it was 7-0.
Yep. You got to give Chris credit for keeping his cool, playing well, giving it everything he's got. He's been so cool over the board. He really impressed me. And he's a nice guy. Unlike so many of the English. No, I didn't say that out loud. I'm kidding. There are a lot of my friends.
Is it 4-6?
Three, 2. Nice shot. Anchor is right.
The 4-away, 6-away is good score for the leader. If there's gammon, he can double aggressively. If there's no gammon, he can double aggressively. Because 4-away is basically a great score for the leader.
Uh-huh.
You can always win, double gammon on the match. And winning 2 points is also nice too.
I think winning 1 point's nice.
Well,
Just winning is nice.
winning 1 point is not as nice because it puts you 3 away, which is
Yeah.
like kind of stupid score.
Makes your gammons inefficient if your cube is turned.
Yes. Is it 6-6? Wow.
6. This is big.
Is it the best roll? It is the best roll.
Got to be. It goes. Just go all the way to the 9 point, all the way around.
Just to make the 9 point.
This is
I know you
pretty
will.
simple. He does.
So, okay, now Kengo is up 7 pips.
11 pips. No,
yeah.
6 pips.
6 pips. So he just want to run 1-4. What would you do with 1-4? So 39, 30. Okay. Leaving
That's-
1-6 and
That's
4-3.
reasonable. That's a reasonable play. A little bit rough, but he was supposed to stack. Supposed to stack the 9, but that's close.
Mm-hmm.
A 6 would be very, very big here. 6 almost anything. There it is. That's a very big 6. Very, very big 6.
It's very close to double.
Yeah, I think if he fans, it's going to be. I think.
What about okay, yeah, maybe just fun.
Oh, comes in and hits. That's the opposite of a fan. How quickly this game turns. Kengo was on the verge of a cube, and now he's could get in trouble. Double threes is not as good as it looks. That's not bad. Not bad.
It's pretty good.
That is pretty good. If you see the play, it's good. If you don't see the play, it's not a very good roll. Took me a second to see it. All right, I guess I should think before I speak, huh? 2-3.
Wow, it's a cube saver, I think.
Just coming in.
I don't think you should hit. You're outboarded. Yeah, you just do that. Yeah, maybe it's no double.
Chris showing great restraint here. I think it's no double also, but with those 3 checkers back and semi-primed. Well, this is not a great roll. This I know is not a great roll. Doesn't hit, doesn't make a point.
Then how do you do?
How do you do?
Would you make the 18 or would you...
Making the 18 is the only play by a mile.
Oh, yeah? Oh, wow.
By
Okay.
a mile. And
But it also looks scary to make 18.
it does, but
You're-
very, very big blunder there. 0.328 blunder. Wow.
Is it 5-3, 5-2?
5-2.
So either come down or 8-6.
That was the right play by far. Good
5-4
play.
and double 4.
Good play.
5-1. It could be a double.
Yeah, coming out was good.
It's close to double, I think.
Well, I asked myself if my opponent would take or drop, and it's a little scary. I would double.
1-3, 1-4, 3-4.
You nailed it. It's a small take.
Oh, it's a big double and a small take.
Big double,
I
small
thought the
take.
other way around. It's a small double and big take. That's what I thought.
Yeah. But he rolls. He just rolls. He missed one there. He really missed one there.
That was a big one. Yeah. As I said, 4-way is a great score for the reader. You can double actually. Oh, wow.
What
That's
a
massive
shot.
thing.
What a shot. A shot heard around the world. Woo.
Now what? Is it double?
Oh. Could it be? With those 2 checkers back? No. Not close.
Well, I mean, it's one roll away. If you roll a 4, it's a double. Double pass, maybe.
I think you're rationalizing. This is nowhere near a double. But you're seeing you're looking forward, which is what you have to do in this. He is doubling. Wow. The big no double and a monster take. Monster take.
I think Kengo gonna take this.
He
yeah.
took it. He
yeah.
did.
Yeah.
He took it. There's a thing called reverse Woolsey's law. If you're not sure your opponent has a double, then for sure you have a take. It's a real easy way to look at those kind of plays. There's your 4.
And where's the 1? Would you play 9-8? Is it too much?
No, 9-8 is right, but only a little bit. 5-4 is okay.
10-9 looks
No,
not effective.
that's a blunder. I'm surprised it's a blunder. Didn't seem like it would be that big a difference, but it is. Getting that extra builder is big. Uh-oh. He plays what he knows he's going to do. That's forced.
Now you're gonna play.
besides the last
Yeah,
one.
13-8.
Good
Yeah,
play.
You're gonna take that
Good
risk.
play.
The game
This
is
is
not
a
over.
very big roll.
Too
Oh, that is a big roll. Oh, bigger than I
This
ever
is what?
dreamed.
Like 1.
Oh, he comes in and hits.
Wow, Joker
Two
after Joker.
Joker. How exciting could this be? In and with the 5, are you hitting?
I don't.
You hit is right, but by
Hit
a
is
little
right?
bit.
Wow, I wouldn't hit that.
You wouldn't?
Yeah, my
Oh, you would?
My rule here. No, I would not hit here because I'm up in the race and I'm outboarded. I don't hit. That's my simple rule.
Uh-huh.
But apparently it's wrong.
It's close. It was close. Ooh.
Wow.
Wow.
Wait a minute.
Hitting is right.
Yeah, I think
Hitting is right.
you should hit. And what to do with the ace?
Part of the reason you hit is
Maybe you
that
should
blot
play-
on the ace point.
Maybe you should play 4-1 hit. Yeah.
Yep.
You don't even anchor because if you anchor, it's hard to get out. Maybe you wanna spread out. Okay, you have to hit. You have to hit.
All right, this is the second best play, but hitting was right. Anchoring is not helpful. Oh, a hit and cover. This is huge. We've seen 10 huge rolls this game.
It is kind of prime against prime now.
Yeah, but I like Kengo's position.
Yeah, of course. He has more time. So
The sticks out is big. Oh,
Oh wow.
That's
so
game.
what's the take point here?
that's game.
So it's like 20%, I think.
6 away, 4 away. Yeah, it's around 20%.
So
But
does
the
he have a
gammon value,
20%?
the gammon value is
You
really
don't
big.
win gammon here. He has an anchor.
Pick and pass.
Yeah. And should he roll Fury, I would double. Yeah, this is double pass, I think. I would double this.
He just rolled quickly.
I'm
Wow.
not sure.
You may be in right or wrong, but he should be thinking about it. He's got enough time on the clock. 4 minutes isn't that bad. He's thinking now. It's a redouble we're talking about, not a double. This is really big.
I would double this.
2-1. Okay. He's up 15 pips in the race. His opponent has to get a shot and hit it and win from there. That usually tells you it's a double. This is a very good roll. This causes little problems coming in and improves his board.
Is it double ace?
Double ace.
So you play safe. You're not gonna leave any shot.
And how do you-
11-10
yeah,
is the
yeah,
first move.
yeah. 9-7-2 is the best.
Really?
That's the best move.
Wow. 5-2. Wow, and he found it?
Yep.
Great play.
He found it. Very good play.
I wouldn't have done that.
5-2. 6-4. He's going to be punished for not doubling,
He's
'Cause
doubling
it's-
now. Maybe
yeah,
he takes.
but he's lost his market.
Maybe he takes. It's not. Actually, it was a take.
He's lost his market. This is not a take.
But look at the checker play. It's 987 means take.
You're using facts. That's the problem. You're using facts and logic. It's a pass. 0.005.
Do a plus plus.
And if that doesn't work, then you want to roll it out. I know you guys.
Yeah, but Kengo-san, you are up 13 pips. He has both broken.
Oh,
Now, why don't
the
you
double
double
is
this?
clear. The
If
take
you don't
is the
double
question.
it when you double.
No. He's missed a lot of doubles this match. He's been very slow with the cube.
Maybe he get nervous now. You know, this is probably a Monte-Carlo effect. Monte-Carlo effect.
Well,
You know.
I would be nervous. I've been
No, all of a sudden you might think like, oh, I want to protect this lead, you know, I want to be a little bit more conservative. This is dead. You're not only up 12 pips, his board is broken.
Yeah, it's a big pass.
And there's no sled, basically. Now, what are you afraid of?
Maybe you're taking a long time hoping he'll take.
Come on. You have to show your guts.
Yeah, don't waste
right?
don't waste your clock either.
You,
It's a big
yeah,
double.
you can't become world champion without playing, showing some guts. No way.
No.
This disappoints me a lot. This disappoints me a lot. Six two. Okay, you can still change your mind and double. I know for one isn't great low, but look at this position.
Mochi, if you yell double loud enough, they might be able to hear you. They're not that far away.
Maybe he doesn't listen to me anyway. Yeah, I feel like he's getting nervous now. That's a bad sign.
Yeah, this is just about anybody would find these cubes. There he goes. There he goes.
There's no chance that Chris is gonna take this. It's way too much. If he had double like 3 rolls before, there's a chance that Chris is gonna take it.
Yeah,
It's
there's
more
a chance to
difficult.
get a take. Yeah, very, very bad
Yeah.
game.
Yeah,
Very bad
no,
game for Kengo.
I mean, I know the player's feeling now you are 9-5, right? So you're like, you're gonna win, right? But it's not. 9-2 over 6 over a lot of things gonna happen. And you have only 3 minutes. You have to double when you should double.
That's good to know.
I mean,
You should put that in your book. Double when you should double. That's a very good axiom. I have to tell you, your book has helped my game a lot. That chapter on Blitz versus Prime is worth gold. And Mark's part is very good too on the doubling cube. All right, 3-2. I like to bring 2 down on these, but it's usually wrong. You're giving him too much, and you need to put pressure on the outfield.
So anyway, at this score, Kengo wants to play safer.
And he did a wonderful thing here. Making that advanced anchor is about the best he could hope for right now. It's gammon save when you make a high anchor.
Yeah, he has established the high anchor in 2 rolls. That's a great start. Now all he needs is like double sixes now.
Somebody in the chat pointed out he lost a game where he could have doubled and should have won. So
game should have.
That's the one thing
over.
Kengo's going to work on, I'm sure, after this match.
I think he was strong enough to figure out. It's just Monte-Carlo effect, you know. He get nervous.
But if he's going to beat Mario Cool and then Frank Frigo, he better get those right.
Right.
Bar point.
Yep. This is a great game for Kengo. No gammon. Oh, wow. Look at that.
Incredible.
1. Make the 5 for sure. Hit the 12 for sure. Then think about the rest. I think you should make the bar, I guess. Yeah.
It's fairly close, but the bar is better. But you got to play more offensive when you're losing.
Exactly.
That's another reason.
Yeah.
Come all the way up. You want to be able to fly. You certainly won't see Kengo doubling very soon at this score because your opponent has an automatic redouble. So it's hard to double when you're the one who's 2 away. You can only double when he's right at his take point.
Yeah, what I enjoy at this score is taking the non-gammon cube as a 2 away.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
You have no risk, and if you're lucky, you win without, taking a risk. So
as long as there's no gammons.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Taking a gammon cube is very scary.
But making that high anchor pretty well solved that problem for Kengo in this game. As long as he keeps that high anchor. $12-8 is right here.
By the way, 2 away, 8, 2 away, 6 away, the player is supposed to have 8 minutes. And now they have only 3 minutes or less. So
they do have to play faster. This is very big. It doesn't give him a very large race lead, but it does give him a race lead. 9 pips. Oh, there we go. That's a monster roll. That's it. That's a game changer. Wow. Now the pip's on the other foot.
Yeah.
Wow. Double six.
So the game is... Oh, he's up 8 pips?
8 pips.
Okay, it's not going to be a double yet, I think.
They're working. They're stopping for the transcriber.
Yeah.
Aviv does a great job. I used to have this job at the World Championships, and I'm telling you, it's tension.
Oh no, it's 4-2, not 6-2. No, not 5-2. No.
He got it.
Yeah,
4-2.
got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, they're back on track. Double fours, another huge roll.
I think he just lost the market.
Just race, and then why isn't he just racing? Because he wants to give his opponent a chance to take?
No, but it's just
better distribution?
Two crossovers.
Really?
Yeah, what's the downside?
It's a pass no matter what, yeah. There's no downside if you know he's passing.
Yeah. No, I mean, unless he roll a huge doublet, it's going to pass. Yeah. And if he does roll a huge doublet, then it's better to have 2 crossovers.
I got you. Okay. 5 away, 2 away. There's something unique about this score. The leader's take point is only 17%. It's very low if there's no gammons, and it's for exactly the reason Mochi said. Because your downside is not that bad if you lose 2 points, and your upside's huge. So at this particular score, you're going to take more cubes if you're leading, unless there's gammons. This is a duplication play.
Well, also because you don't want to put him in a 2 away, 4 away score, which is very good for the trailer. I think we see a lot of double sixes in this match.
We've seen
An
a lot of-
effective one.
We've seen a lot of joker rolls in this match, too. A lot of turnaround joker rolls. My voice is getting sore from screaming. I'm getting so excited about the plays here and the rolls. I play a lot of games. There's nothing more exciting than backgammon. Nothing comes close.
Three one.
Are you slotting?
I am not sure.
It's not right, but it's not bad. I was tempted to slot to unstack the 6 point, but it's wrong.
Then you're giving 3, 5, 6, and 4 to hit. It's
Yeah.
maybe too much. at
Too
this
much.
score.
That's why it was wrong. It's a good play.
I think I want a 4 more than 3. But I love 2-1.
I love 2-1. I love making my 5 point, making a 4 prime. 6-2 makes a point. Very clearly right.
Is it 4? 2-1.
2-1.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Play is clear. He's going to want to pound on him.
He did.
He pounded on him
He did.
beautifully.
And the
That
cube
was
is
a
coming.
big roll.
I think cube is coming.
Cube is coming,
Unless he rolls 7.
especially at the score.
He did 7.
He rolled 7.
Otherwise, I'm going to double.
Yeah,
I mean, at this score.
sure.
This 5-3.
Up and down.
4-3, okay.
Up and down. Absolutely right. Now he wants to pound him. And
Is it double sixes again?
yeah, double sixes.
Wow.
I think there's more sixes on these dice than other dice. Got to check the dice. There's some games I play in where you better check the dice because there could be more sixes.
Like your game? Oh, wow. Okay, that's a huge roll.
Yes. Another joker.
2-5 and 3-4 over 3-6.
Double six.
Okay, Kengo will never double position like this as long as he can win gammon, because that's the safest win to win the match.
That's right. He can win the match with a gammon without turning the cube, so why take the risk?
Yes.
3-2.
So the basic strategy at this score is just playing on until gammon is 0. You know, as long as the gammon is involved, you want to take a low. Five one. I think you wanna hit like 8-3, 8-7. You could also play safe, but yeah, the blood on the 4, and you can win gammon.
I would have automatically played 2 checkers off the 8, but XG is saying 7-6. Why? Oh, more covers. That's why. You have more covers that way.
Yeah, but this is what I do over the board, I think.
That's the second best play, but it was my play also. And fewer covers. Again, he's not doubling because of the score.
Yeah.
And there are 30% gammons here, so he could win the match 30% of the time. And even if he wins 1 point, he's a big favorite in the match because of the Crawford rule, because his opponent can't double for 1 game. That's really a big part of this game. I love the Crawford rule. And in money, I love the Jacoby rule.
You love the Crawford rule? I hate Crawford rule. I hate the guy who created the rule.
Yeah?
It's so unnecessary, in my opinion.
The Crawford rule?
Yeah, it just confuses new players. We can play backgammon without Crawford rule, no problem. I love Jacoby rule, just without the
Really?
game. Yes.
Well, Chiva's got a tournament coming up where 5-point matches with no cube. I think that's very interesting. Very innovative. Chiva does a lot of innovative things, like a speed gammon tournament. I think he's been a blessing to this game.
Oh, Chris needs to come in. Otherwise, the game is gonna be over.
41% gammons.
2-1 would be great, double 2 is good, but any deuce is fine, because you can save the gammon more. 6-1.
I think Chris is going to roll it. He wouldn't have gotten this far unless he rolled some good rolls along the way. And I've seen him.
Well, I'm sure same goes to Kengo.
Kengo had to do some good rolls too. I got you. I got you. That's right. They're both the same distance away. I've just seen more of Chris's matches that have been streamed, mainly because he was playing Victor. I think is why they streamed his matches as much as they did.
Is it double five?
Big
Five,
roll.
four.
Big roll.
Wow, now
This
what?
could be the match. 60% gammons. Wow. Very unfortunate for Chris the way this game unfolded.
It's not over yet.
Far from over yet.
How do you play 5-2?
I leave a checker on the 6 and the 4. And it's right. It's right. It was right to play 9-2. You get more gammons that way, and there's not that many shots. I've fallen in love with the configuration of having 3 on the 6 and 3 on the 4. It's not as bad as you'd think. Oh, come on, 2 off. 4-1.
Yeah, I think it's 2 off too.
Come on, 2 off.
Yeah.
Almost automatic.
Yeah, I mean, cube is in the middle, so you can cash maybe.
Yeah.
And his take point, the Kengo's take point is pretty high. Pretty low. So even if he gets hit, he can take very deep. Anyway.
Now it's just a matter of whether he wins the gammon or not. If he wins the gammon, he wins the match. He wins the point, he's a huge favorite.
What's
Not
the
a
winning
bad
chance?
position to be in.
What is his gammon chance here? Is it like 65?
Let's see.
Maybe less. I think it's like 50. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 or 4. Oh no, I think Chris is a favorite to save the gammon. 5, 3.
Yeah, looks like he's favored to save the gammon.
He has like 21 pips to save the gammon. And Kengo has 22 pips, or 18 pips. But the Chris is on low. Oh, small. I think he's still favorite to save the gammon.
Yep. He came in quickly. That's a good roll. Taking 2 off was big there. Very, very big. If he doesn't roll a 2, his gammon... Oh, that's a very good roll for Chris. Bring it in. Now, and he...
Oh, okay. 6.
That's right. It was
okay,
right.
Okay.
2 off again is big.
Wow,
It's big.
so close.
He needs a 5 or higher with something besides a 1 or a 3. No.
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 There are 20 numbers. Well, double 2s work. So there's 19 numbers that miss and 17 that win.
He did it.
That's the match. That's the match. Great match by both players. They showed a lot of class. And we're going to see a very exciting match at 2200 with Kengo and Mario Cool. 2 great players. And one of them is going to have a shot at the World Championship with Frank Frigo tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Mochi, what a pleasure to do the commentary with you. Thank you for your comments and for your insights. And why are you sitting here, by the way? Why aren't you in the finals? What happened?
I don't know. I love you so much.
He loves me so much he has to be here. What happened is almost all the superstars and world champions got knocked out in the first round of this tournament. It was amazing. All the favorites got killed.
Yeah, I mean, all the players except 3 players in the tournament get knocked out. So.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Good player and bad players.
It was crazy. So you're going to have a talk with Kengo about his cube action, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's about it. What else about his game?
Yeah, I mean, Kengo plays really well in the beginning of the match, I think.
He played very well.
Yeah.
How's his English?
His English is fine.
Good. I want to interview him then if I can.
Average Japanese.
Yeah, let me get him over here. Why don't you interview him? Kengo. Stay tuned. We're going to interview Kengo here. Mochi, why don't you do the interview? Congratulations.
Thank you.
Nice win.
Yeah, thank
Have
you.
a seat.
Yeah.
So I understand that you paid a lot of money to get here, right?
To pay.
You had to pay €7, and thanks to Kenji and other people in Japan,
Yeah.
to win that tournament.
Yeah.
And you might be the world champion in 2 more matches.
Yeah, I can't believe it.
You can't believe it.
Yeah.
Have you ever played in the big tournament before?
No, this is my first international match.
Oh my God! You got to be so excited.
Yeah.
You played very, very well.
Yeah.
You were
I
a little
think,
slow on some cubes, but other than that, you played great. You were great. So, what are your thoughts now going forward?
Yeah, I can't believe that I may become a world champion. More just more 2 wins, but I think so. It may my play will decrease. So I just play as same as usual. So when I play in Japan, so because in Japan, so there are a lot of good players, and I played a long match against them a lot. So that experiment. That experiment raise my skill a lot. So yeah, I just the same as in Japan.
Do you have any idea how much money you just won?
Money?
Yeah, you just won a lot of money. You just got rich just by winning that match. You're a rich guy.
So,
Could you loan me some money, please?
I'll buy some thing for who told me gammon. Yeah, that's why how I use that money.
So one of the reasons you're here is Kenji and other people who sponsored. Kenji's standing right here. Come on over, Kenji. I want you to sit down and let's see what you have to say about this young man.
Yeah, so we can talk Japanese, but should we talk
Talk in
English?
Japan for the Japanese people. Talk in Japanese.
イェーイ、みんな見てる、みんな見てる。
僕も決勝に来ましたよ、ダブルス。
あ、そうです。じゃあもうダブル優勝ですね。ダブル優勝。はいはいはい。
We talk about Japanese, but congratulations.
Yeah, thank you, man.
You paid €7.
Yeah, I think more.
But anyway, and some Japanese said, わらしべ長者。
いやいやいやいやいやいや。
わらしべ長者、中須賀。I think you should, if you win, you are 1万倍。
いやいやいやいや。So the time by 10,000.
Yes. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm very glad to you win. And also, I want to win.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Let's do my best. Do our best. Yeah.
おめでとう。
ありがとうございます。
Thank you both. Well said. And good luck to you going forward. You're going to play Mario Cool.
Yeah.
Won the other match. A very fine player.
Yeah.
You're certainly up to it. You could beat him. You could beat Frank. You could go all the way.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens. Try and get a good rest between now and 10 o'clock tonight.
Yeah.
Don't be late.
Yeah.
Come on time.
Yeah.
We'll see you at 10 o'clock tonight. We'll be streaming. It'll be very exciting.
Yeah.
And then we'll see you in the finals maybe.
See you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice to see a new face. Good luck. You played great. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you at 10 o'clock tonight. And we've got an incredible match. And then we'll see the finals tomorrow. There's a lot of other stuff going on that's amazing. There's a super jackpot. There's doubles. There's all kinds of side events. There's intermediate. There's going very strong. And just a lot of action here. I'm not going to be sleeping between now and 10. I've got several students here that are still alive. I'm going to go coach them a little bit and watch their matches and root for some people myself. So thank you. We're signing off from Monte-Carlo. We'll see you again in a few hours. Bye-bye, everybody. And again, thank you, Mochi, very much. You can see what the matches are in the streaming. Okay, second match, 2, Oliver Squire and Stepan Nuyans. That will be, I'm sure, in the Super Jackpot. 2 great players there. Thank you, everybody.